have to treat this as a matter of urgency. Comrades, we want to thank you for your support in the struggle of Swaziland. We also want to appreciate your effort that you do for us. And also, comrades, we want to beg you one more time that don't get tired, comrades, when you see us knocking in your door. Your solidarity support to us, comrades, is what we need. Amandla.
Thanks to the SG of Sayoko in Swaziland. Now we are going to be receiving a message of support from the ANC Women's League representative. If any person is here to see the leadership of the Women's League, I know that the president is committed. Okay, in that note, the Women's League, we're now going to receive passing the Women's League to the Veterans League of our movement. I've seen the Secretary General of the Veterans League, Comrade Tayo.
Thanks very much, and good evening to everyone. Good evening to the SG, the ANC, to all the dignitaries who are here present, also to all the former leaders of the ANC. I know we're a bit constrained now by time, but when I came here and my presentation is here in the bag, I was given a full message from the Veterans League to say these are the messages you must bring to the meeting. I'll try to be as brief as possible, but I also will provide you with a copy of that presentation. But basically, there are a few things that we would want to say. Firstly, we are saying we are here to pay tribute to the leaders, the founders of the Youth League from the 1944 period, and to all the veterans. All the Youth League, I saw all the presidents and other leaders on that board there. So we pay tribute to them for what was initiated way back then. We also want to say to you that as the Veterans League, we are proposing, and they said, please take to that meeting 2 issues for the Youth League to pay serious attention to. Because we are saying that we need to, from here, develop a program of action. So the first issue that we are raising is about the role that the Youth League can play with regard to violence against women, children, the gender-based violence. We are putting that on the table as one of the issues that need to be tackled because at the moment, the decimation in our communities is just unbelievable. The killing of babies, children, women, and the elderly. So we are saying that as the Youth League, we need to pay attention to that. The second issue that we are also bringing to you is the question of renewal of the ANC. And that's an issue that we have been pushing for a long time. Subsequent conferences of the ANC have adopted resolutions on renewal. And we are saying in the past year that we have tried to put as much effort as possible. And I think just to say that we have had the involvement, full involvement of the Youth League, of the Women's League, of the MKLWB, to say we need to take forward the agenda of renewal. We are also saying that the rest of the alliance will participate, at least to participate in the program of renewal. So those are basically the 2 issues. As I'm saying, I do have a long presentation that I would have made here, but we are very aware of the time constraints. So I think on that note, we want to say to you that you are the future. Young people are the future. You need to take that banner. You need to fly the was seen to, and you have to stand up, because, we also stood up many times to when it was things that we felt needed to be done, and which we felt are not being done. Luckily now, in our old age, as veterans, we can once again also, raise the flag and push forward. So thanks very much.
Thanks to the SG of the veterans league. We don't speak that we are not speaking about the renewal program. The SG says renewal, the issue about combating corruption and fraud in house. That's very important. Thanks. Now we are entering into a very critical section of our program. Critical as this was from our fraternal structures. Thank you very much to all our fraternal structures for these moving messages of support. But before that, we will receive acknowledgement of guests from our first Deputy Secretary General, Comrade Sakani Chibiti, to give us an acknowledgement of our guests tonight.
Good evening, comrades, leaders of the ANC, led by the Secretary General, Comrade Fikimavara, and all ANC members of the ANC, former leaders of the ANC Youth League, ANC members of the ANC Youth League, all our guests, provinces of the ANC Youth League, and the SASCO hostels, Veterans League, all protocol observed. Mine today is to acknowledge you as our guests in the 80th anniversary of the ANC Youth League. As the ANC Youth League celebrate the milestone with the former leaders of the ANC Youth League. The following are the guests that I'm going to acknowledge. I will first acknowledge the presence amongst us, the presence of the former president of the ANC Youth League, Comrade Lulu Johnson. President, you are welcome. I would also like to acknowledge the presence of the former Deputy President, Comrade Dr. Choma Sakani. I would also like to acknowledge the presence of the former Deputy President, Comrade Peggy Kosi. I would also like to acknowledge the presence of the former President, Comrade Malusi Gigaba. I would also like to acknowledge the presence of the former Secretary General, Comrade Phoebe Potgieter. I would also like to acknowledge the presence of the former Secretary General, Comrade Sikhezidana. I would also like to acknowledge the presence of the former Treasurer General, Comrade Punemabe. I would also like to acknowledge the presence of the Deputy Secretary General, Comrade Stephen Mubeni. I would also like to acknowledge the presence of former President Kgoleni Mahine. must also be noted that former President Naimi was sometimes confused for being President Kwale Malachi. One speaker once said, President of the ANC, Kwale Naimi. But it's nice that it's Kwale after Kwale. We also would like to acknowledge the presence of the former Secretary General, Comrade Jabulo Nzunza. We also like to acknowledge the presence of ANC Veterans League Secretary General, Comrade Ivan McKay. We also like to acknowledge the presence of the former ANC members that are present with us today. I will not mention all of you, but you are acknowledged and you are welcome. We would also like to acknowledge the leadership of ANC that is here. You are acknowledged and you are welcomed. We also like to acknowledge the leadership of OSAS, the leadership of SASCO, the leadership of ANCYL, on PYA structures. You are welcome. We would also like to acknowledge the presence of our sister organization from Swaziland, Swayoko, SG, and your colleagues. You are welcomed. We also would like to acknowledge the presence of the leadership of Satru. You are welcomed. We also like to acknowledge the presence of the ANC, Gauteng PTT, and all other structures of the ANC. I made a mistake. Okay, we also like to acknowledge the presence of all structures of the ANC in provinces that are present today. You are all welcome here. We also would like to acknowledge the leadership of the ANC currently. All ANC members, you are welcome to this as we celebrate the 80th anniversary of the ANC. Amanda.
Thank you very much, DSG. I think Comrade Dada, the chairperson of Johannesburg, the spokesperson, also acknowledged for this. If she didn't see you when you were entering, you are welcome and acknowledged. Thank you very much, DSG. That was acknowledgement of our guests. We have also our friends who are in business. We also have friends of the Youth League that are here. All of them are acknowledged and welcomed. I think Secretary General was acknowledged. I think Comrade did not hear. Comrade Sihle Zigalala. I think you were acknowledged. Some comrade is saying you were not acknowledged. I think she didn't see you. Yes. No, thank you very much, comrades. Now, comrades, we are going to get into part one of our program, sustaining the movement of funding of our revolution. And we are going to call upon Comrade Pule Mabe who's a former Treasurer General of the ANC Youth League, to come on stage as a panelist, and Comrade Zwelo Masilela, who's an incumbent, to come on stage. Here we want the past and the present to share experiences, difficulties of funding this movement. You may be seated, TG, there. Yeah. Yeah, Reggie was invited, and he was supposed to be here. Our core staff, can we be assisted with mics? Oh, they're here. So we'll start with the reflection from the former Treasurer General on the sustaining of our movement, funding of the revolution. Particularly, this session is to ensure that you expand on what could be done to ensure sustenance of our organization, because often more than not, the funding of our organizations are taken very lightly, and it is the make or break. Revolutions and ideas are funded, particularly progressive ideas. They require to be funded for them to triumph. If not, progressive organizations tend to suffer. And it's very important that how we fund our organization is very important. And experiences are quite very important, given the experiences we have had in the past. So that is why we said the first reflection must be about how do we sustain our own organization financially to keep it healthy, such that it is not captured by elements that are otherwise counter-revolutionary. TG, we'll start with you, then we have a reply, which is also a current experience of the incumbent Treasurer General. Would have hoped that your predecessor was here, but he's not here. So you will carry the task of all these generations that are here in trying to explain. At least you were there, even if you were not TG before. Thanks, Comrade Pule. Over to you. You can.
No, thanks, Secretary General. And let me also pass my greetings first to the Secretary General of the African National Congress, who's the former Secretary General of the ANC Youth League and former President of the ANC Youth League, and also led political education in the ANC Youth League, Comrade Fikile Vota April Mbalula, and all of the different leaders of the ANC Youth League and ANC representing various generations. Comrade Lulu Johnson, the former president of the ANC Youth League, Comrade Malusi Gigaba, the former president of the ANC Youth League, Comrade Joe Maswanganyi, the former deputy president, Comrade Beki Nkosi, the former deputy president, Comrade Philip Potgieter, the former secretary general, Comrade Sihle Zigalala, the former secretary general, Comrade Stephen Ngubeni, the former deputy secretary general, whom I had the honor to serve with as national officials of the Youth League, elected at the 23rd National Conference. Comrade Njabulo Nzuza, the former Secretary General, Comrade Colin Maine, the former president of the ANC Youth League. I'm sure I've counted all of those who are present here who represent different generations of the ANC Youth League, including former leaders of the ANC Youth League that we led with here in Gauteng and all over the country. I see the former chairperson of the Youth League in Gauteng, who's also the MEC of Education, Comrade Matume is here. Comrade Dada also led the ANC Youth League. Comrade Chris Vondo also led the ANC Youth League. So comrades who are here and have led the Youth League in their own provinces, beside credentials that would have signed off as national officials, I may not know all of you, but you are all acknowledged. And the president of the Youth League, by acknowledging you, I effectively acknowledge all of the leaders of the ANC Youth League who are present here. Leaders of the ANC Veterans League, other fraternal formations like Swayoko, COSAS, SASCO, and the YCL, and all of the guests that came here to make this possible, including the most important ones in the room, the funders, who I'm supposed to talk about here. So, without them, there is no dinner. So, comrades, when we came into the ANC Youth League, elected as the 23rd National Executive Committee of the Youth League at a very difficult conference in Mangaung, which had two parts. We were first, I remember, when were just 5 of us were elected first. Were elected in installments. So the second installment was held, I think it was in June. Comrade Mbalula, Comrade Sihle were handing over the organization. There are various other scenes that played themselves there, which I will not want to reflect upon, because some of those scenes have since left the ANC, as you have seen. So, comrades, one of the things that the Youth League did at the 23rd National Conference was to resolve on the dissolution of the Limbede investment arm, which was an investment arm of the ANC Youth League. As the incoming Treasurer General of the Youth League, I was faced with a difficult task of driving this point. You would imagine, Comrade Zwelo, the TG, we were quite young ourselves. So the comrades we served within the Youth League, Jacob Kawe, Kaunda, I'm citing these two because every time we went to the NEC, the first thing, TG, where is the report on Limbede? So I had to navigate through because I did not come from any finance background. The first thing was to start with a process of unwinding Limbede, which was again quite tedious. Limbede was marred with serious contaminations of what would have happened and all of that. And sometimes former leaders of the Youth League would have acted in the manner that they did because they wanted the organization to be a well-oiled machine. So we had an audit firm that assisted us in this exercise. And by the time we went to the 24th National Conference, which again affirmed the good work that I shall have done as TG, of course, and brought me back to sustain and continue with the good work, I had to now deliver a report that showed that indeed the mandate of conference was fulfilled. That mandate meant winding down Limbede and finding other innovative ways through which the ANC Youth League would be able to galvanize resources and continue to function. Part of the creative ways that we had to find, and maybe the Youth League can explore this one, was the establishment of trusts, because the relationship of the Youth League with business had begun to taint the brand of the ANC Youth League. It was no longer sustainable that the Youth League would position itself as an effective representative of the youth of South Africa with the kind of relations that it enjoyed with business at the time. So we needed to make sure that we communicate a different message. And we needed to make sure that all of our structures throughout the country also carried forward that kind of a notion that this was now a different youth league. We had established trusts, and luckily at the time, we came in at the time when some of these BEE deals were still being done. And that trust of the Youth League, Ulucha Trust, found itself at least holding on some of these lucrative arrangements at the time. And the earnings that came in allowed us to finance the ANC Youth League. We were so ambitious, we even wanted to create a youth bank, something that was far-fetched, but we thought maybe Razama. So we realized afterwards that it is not possible because the monies that the Youth League was making from membership was not sufficient to sustain an organization. More so because others were paying membership at home, not in the bank account of the Youth League. What do I mean by this? They had stamps. So what we audited, which was stamped, was the membership paid at home or, at the office of the branch secretary. That did not reflect what you had. And I'm sure in these 2 days you are going to experience that, seeing that tomorrow is the cut-off date. One of the things that I had to do, and I hope, Comrade Zwelo, you are following in those footsteps, I had to cut out deposits on ATMs. I said when you deposit money in the FNB bank account of the Youth League, o tshwanetse o tsene ka bankeng. Ba go bone o sign a slip. At that time, EFT was not very popular at that time. And that allowed us to know, because we had the Youth League that had this huge membership, but that membership could not necessarily correspond with what I saw on financial statements. Whereas is presenting a report that talks about hundreds of thousands of members. Mara chelete ya shorter. I said, hey, Mara SG, the head count that you are doing is not reflected on the bank statements. Now, the Treasurer General of the ANC Youth League plays a critical role on this phenomenon of audit. So, Comrade Zoelo, if you are vigilant enough, you can tell if the organization is defrauded or not. Well, with me coming from Johannesburg, having grown up here politically, I knew what to do. I was street smart. So when you say there are so many members, if you say Joburg has got 20,000 members, it means minus bank charges, I must be sitting at some 180-something thousand. That comes from Johannesburg. Now they've got 20,000 members and it's only 15,000. What happened to the other sums? So we had to develop an agile accounting system to allow us to make sure that we marry what is in the bank account of the Youth League with the kind of membership we had. When we did that, we isolated fraud on audit. We were elected by real members, not by forms. Because at one instance, we went to a province I won't mention here for the respect of those comrades. And we found that the names that they had recorded are the ones that we see on weekends when we attend funerals. These comrades had gone to a gravesite and taken names of people, and they were recorded there. Alorea Magala, these people, when we go to a provincial conference, the people that are recorded are not there. Until one Kaida whispered to us, man, so, I mean, this is the creativity that comes with an organization called the Youth League. But the Youth League can turn the tide by doing things right. The Youth League can ensure that part of its fundraising efforts also include getting those that have got access to opportunities to pay more than the 10 rand or 12 rand required. Because in the Youth League, there are people who are CFOs, who are municipal managers, who are executives of corporates and all of that. I get a school like na, unless they're not matata school or Youth League. Because the former Treasurer General of the Youth League is pursuing his doctorate, and soon I will be standing in front of you as Dr. Mabi. So I had to allow really magaje. So if members of the Youth League, I'm about to finish, Comrade Ngudli. If members of the Youth League also make it their job to invest a little bit more on what they've got to sustain the organization. Because the problem is that placing reliance on external sources of funding alone might be dangerous, especially for the Youth League, because those that give you money sometimes expect you to pronounce in their interest. Importantly, as I conclude,
A viable youth league must also avoid and disabuse itself from becoming a vehicle of leadership contest in the ANC through incentives. Here where I know avoid that, comrades. Because what it does, it undermines your ability to think and come up with programs necessary to take the youth league forward. The climate is much friendly, Comrade Mbax, under the GNU, of course. The youth league can go back and reconsider the idea of re-establishing their investment arm and making sure that the investment arm of the youth league fulfills the objectives for which it was established for, including providing for bursary schemes for members of the youth league who are capable enough to come back and contribute and invest their skills in the life of the organization. All other things will have to depend on yourselves. Conditions have changed. Nothing stops the youth league, and now I'm finishing now. Nothing stops the youth league, like the ANC has done, to regularize the sale of merchandise that bears the insignia of the ANC Youth League. The ANC has done that. You too can do it. Each and every T-shirt that has got a logo of the Youth League, bought by, and you make it compulsory for members of the Youth League to only wear T-shirts that are bought from certified merchants of the ANC Youth League. You start doing that, Comrade Zwelo, you will be giving a good report. Thank you very much. You know, fundraising is not something you can do in 3 minutes as a belief SG. Next time, Liribij treasurers. Thank you very much.
Thanks, TG. You may take the podium, TG. 3 minutes, 3 minutes.
No, I'll accept minutes. But enough time there in the NEC to raise these matters that we are responding to. Greetings to everyone. I think protocol was acknowledged because I was given 3 minutes. So we will move with the acknowledgement and all protocol observed. Thank you very much, comrades, again from the former leaders, all of you, for honoring the invite and coming to share the experiences, starting with the very first one here by the former Treasurer General, Comrade Pule. And I think most of your experiences, Comrade TG, are still more or less similar to what we are experiencing. Because one of the key discussions centering from our Congress and an ongoing discussion of this 26th NEC is the issue of digitalizing the ANC Youth League and the online membership system and integrating it with the membership system of the ANC, which is one of the key things. You would remember one of your former NEC members once argued that they are not a member of the ANC, but they are a leader of the Youth League at the national level, and they are above 18 years. And they claim that they are not members of the ANC, but they are a member of the Youth League. So that's a very important discussion, because with that system, we will not have the sort of fraud or going an extra mile to try and put systems to make sure that we find these people who are banking at home this membership. But guaranteed, we know that process, right, Eva? In the next few days, they will be exposed. And we'll work closely with the Office of the Secretary General in that regard. And I think the point on the investment arm and the trust and so forth, one of the things we did, Comrade TG, when we elected after our Congress, we did not behave as if we know it all. We did go to all former leaders of the Youth League in their individual space, particularly the Treasurer Generals I would have met all the living treasurer generals. And there's more advice that the TG, Comrade Pule, would have given us going forward. And you know, Mus, that matters of FinCom and resources, because part of our discussions here are open to the public. And you know, Mus, that when we report these matters, it is normally in closed sessions. But we've taken all the advice, and there is a special resolution around the vehicles that should be used to galvanize resources in the private sector. And there is a decision of the NEC on how we deal with that matter publicly. And I would respect that and not engage. But we have taken counsel from yourselves and the advice. And we can report that we're at a very advanced stage. It's a process. And as you would have said, one of the things is that when you begin to discuss these issues, the numbers are not normal numbers. You know, when you discuss 1 billion, they first look at you, but this thought, can we trust him with discussing in billions and millions? And it's one of the important things that we need to continue to engage on and make sure that the private sector, our business leaders, and everybody plays a role in funding the revolution, because it is important that to note that there will be no organization if there's no money. No matter how many ideas we produce, they will remain in our heads. They will not reach the people it needs to reach, because that requires the issue of MECANS. We try to attend to it. I think it's an ongoing discussion between us and the ANC. Even at our Congress and some of our rallies, when they say, no, but we have paid to the ANC. And when what we pay to the ANC is true to the leagues as well, to that effect. We did try to enforce that. It's an ongoing discussion between us and the ANC. We were regularizing that, but the ANC went ahead of us and took those contributions from the merchandisers. Hence, they are regulated in most of these events. But it's an ongoing matter so that we get our share as the Youth League in that aspect. And I think we'll continue to defend the brand and the logo of the Youth League, not to be abused. The president has been leading that. There were comrades of another province here. They would cut the Youth League logo in their t-shirts, trying to make them look nice. The president was very harsh on some of those comrades. And I think we will continue to defend the brand and the logo of the Youth League, because it is an asset of the Youth League. And as the Treasurer General, that is my responsibility to defend all assets and belonging to the Youth League. So I think we will continue to engage you former leaders, and we invite many other South Africans who don't want to associate publicly, but are willing to engage us privately, who are available, because there are many laws in South Africa, which some of which have come back to haunt us in terms of our funding models as the movement and funding the revolution. We're open for engagement. We remain committed and steadfast on our task. Thank you very much, SG.
Thank you very much to the former TG and the current TG, the incumbent. One story about the TG is that money is not a problem. One difficult thing is to fund the organizations that are organization of the people. But thank you very much to the Treasurer General's panel. You may now take back your seats. We'll call now. Yeah, let's give them a round of applause. Very quickly, because of time, we will call now a panelist of former Secretary Generals, Comrade Phoebe, Comrade Sihle, Comrade Nzuza, to come in really to share the experiences as Secretary Generals of the Youth League that are still alive. We had said we were going to omit Comrade Marx because he has been former Secretary General and the President. He's going to come in the panels of President and cover that particular aspect. I think the mics are there. We're going to start with Comrade Phoebe. Comrade Phoebe, you may come.
Thank you very much, Comrade SG, Comrade Secretary General, Comrade Mbalula, the President and SG of the Youth League and NEC members, SG of the Veterans League, and former leaders of the Youth League, and all esteemed guests. I served on the Youth League National Executive Committee, first since 1990, on what was called the Provisional National Youth Committee, which was a structure set up after the unbanning of the ANC between the ANC Youth Section from ANCYL, the South African Youth Congress, and student organizations to then start the rebuilding of the Youth League. And I served on the NEC of the Youth League between 1991 and I think 2001, if I'm correct, Malusi. So I will be talking about lessons for organizations from that period. The other comrades, Comrade Sishle and Njabula, will talk about subsequent period. But I want to start with something which the founders of the Youth League has done very effectively since the formation of the Youth League in 1944, was the ability to combine theory, a revolutionary theory, and practice. So if one, for example, look at the generation of Lembede, of Sisulu, of Mandela, and others, of how they introduced and revolutionized the theory of the liberation movement through progressive African nationalism, the theory of it, its approach, its Pan-African approach on the one hand. So they contributed towards the ideological strands of the ANC on the one hand, but they also translated that into practice in the form of the 1949 program of action, which said that not only do we want to infuse African nationalism into the ideological orientation of the ANC, but we also want to translate that into a practice. And hence the 1949 program of action, which then saw the Defiance Campaign, the Freedom Charter, the Women's Charter, which all contributed towards the standing of the African National Congress amongst the people. And that has been the role that young people has played in the ANC throughout that period. So if one, for example, look at the 1976 generation, the conceptualization of people like Steve Biko, Tenjiwe Mtinso, Comrade Nkosazana, and others that form part of that generation, the elaboration of black consciousness and what it means in the South African context, but they coupled that with practice. And part of that practice was to then lead a student, youth, and eventually a broader national movement, started by the introduction of Afrikaans, but we see the impact that that had on community organization after the 1970s, as well as the revolutionizing of the ANC as young people and students went into exile. The ANC Youth League played the same role in the post-1990 period. I'm not going to talk about the 1980s, but talk about the 1919 period. Played the same role in the sense that even though the ANC, for example, had positions on the interim government and the Constituent Assembly, but the ANC Youth League, Comrade Becky can remember, developed its own discussion paper on those issues, so that when we went to the Negotiations Commission of the ANC, our representatives didn't just go there and listen and contribute to the debates from the ANC, but they came with our own positions. In addition to that, the ANC Youth League also contributed towards the development of other concepts. There was a comrade called Derek Masuk that served with us on the NEC of the Youth League, and he organized the first community policing forum meeting in Soweto, and this was before 1994. He organized a gathering of police persons to discuss the concept about, in a post-South African, apartheid South Africa, what would policing look like, and how do we breach that gap between the distrust that we had of the police and the communities, and hence the concept of CPFs that we're talking about today. Comrade Derek, by the way, also had a paper that he introduced about preparing for insurrection. It wasn't very popular amongst the ANC leadership, but anyway, we did advocate for that within the structures of the ANC. But there was also other contributions. Whenever people talk about one of the burning issues that still face young people today around youth unemployment, Comrade Malusi Gigaba, for example, was in 2001, led a process within the Youth League to develop a policy on a youth unemployment strategy. If you can remember, Comrade Malusi, and whenever people talk about the issues of youth unemployment and what needs to be done about it, I always refer comrades back to that paper because it sets out a very lasting approach towards it. Now, what does it mean for organization, comrades? And I think that for me, there's two issues and lessons from the ANC Youth League, from that generation, that we can learn. The first one is the commitment towards investing in organization. And investing in organization firstly means that you have to invest in people. You have to invest in your members at a branch level. So during that period, we invested a lot in leadership development, in political education, making sure that our members understand when we talk about a national democratic revolution, then they know what they're talking about. When we talk about the Freedom Charter and the different clauses, they understood what we're talking about. But in addition to that, we also didn't just invest in ideological training, but we also invested in skills. So if you are a branch secretary of the ANC Youth League, there were courses that we ran for branch secretaries about how do you write a report, how do you write minutes, how do you prepare agenda, how do you prepare an ANC Youth League campaign and program of action. We invested in training, Comrade Pule, for treasurers. We invested in training for organizers. We invested in training for political education officers. So it's very important to invest in your organization at the very basic level, because part of the role of the Youth League is as a preparatory school for leadership of the ANC Youth League. And if we don't invest in our basic structures, then we're not able to play effectively that role. So that's the first lesson. The second lesson is that you can't have a strong organization without campaigns. And that is local campaigns. So if you are a Youth League branch, what are the issues affecting young people? What are they interested in? But going beyond the immediate interests of our members, but to also find out what are the sports organizations doing? What are the NGOs working with young people doing? What's happening in the schools? And those are the campaigns that our local branches took up, but also making sure that we build a national organization through national campaigns. And that is part of how we do. And that's the first lesson. The second lesson for me, and the last point that I want to make, is the importance of agenda to organization. Now, in at the launch of the South African Youth Congress in 1987, we had one woman on the NEC, Comrade Depua Peters. But because of the work that she did, by the time that we had the second Congress of PSYCO in 1994, there were about 5 or 6 of us women that were elected onto the NEC. 6 years later, the Youth League elected its first female Secretary General, and it wasn't just the first. We had Comrade Vuiswa as well. The Youth League has been at the forefront of making sure that gender politics are infused into the youth movement. And it's something that we need to look at, even if you want to look at the issue of sanitary dignity. It was the Youth League that came up with that idea, that conceptualized it, and then ran a campaign around those issues. So when we talk about an organization that's 80 years old, we have a rich tradition, but at the same time, we have a bright future. 30 years after democracy, we have young people from different strata of society. We have young intellectuals, we have academics, we have professionals, but we also have young people in the trade union movement, in communities, and those are all part of the base of the ANC Youth League. And I think that as we congratulate the ANC Youth League on its 80th anniversary, I think that the twin task of the ANC Youth League is still very important, and so is our logo that we need to fight. We need to fight drug abuse. We need to fight against sexism. We need to fight against misogyny. We need to fight against neoliberalism. We need to fight against the demon of tribalism. We need to produce, grow our economy, as we say, and we need to encourage our young people to learn. Thank you very much.
Thank you, SG. Greetings to all comrades, all generations, from Comrade Lulu, Johnson, Maluski Kaba, Mbalula, Colin, and Colin, the current president. Now, a few points. Building on what Comrade Phoebe has said, the twin task of the ANC Youth League also talk to the character. But if I start with the twin task, this twin task will therefore impose two things. The first is activism. A member of the ANC Youth League should not be defined by a membership, but should be defined by activism, taking up issues that affect young people. The second of that twin task is political education. A member of the Youth League should grow politically and therefore internalize the ANC politics, understand it, and embody the political orientation of the ANC. Now, there has been a number of problems around the character. And the character of the ANC Youth League is that of an organization within an organization. It is an organization of the youth, but within the ANC. And this autonomy has often created a problem for many leaders, especially in the ANC, when they then want to micromanage the ANC Youth League. And from inception, the Youth League has fought for its autonomy. But it has never used this autonomy at the expense of the ANC. Fast forwarding, and toward my last but one point, if we talk about the renewal today, what are we talking about? We must first accept that the period of the disbandment of the Youth League didn't serve the organization well. It affected the capacity to interact and champion the interest of the youth. History often repeats itself, and when the Youth League was formed in its manifesto, it said, the formation of the African National Congress Youth League is an answer and assurance to the critiques of the national movement that African youth will not allow the struggles and sacrifices of their fathers to be in vain. Our fathers fought so that we're better equipped when our times comes, should start and continue from where they stopped, close quote. So the call on the formation of the Youth League in 1944 is similar to the call facing you as the generation. With the electoral decline that we've suffered, you have a responsibility to provide solutions. And that solution will require
that we ask ourselves critical questions. One, whether we're still in a revolution or not. Or, if we are in a revolution, is the pace we are engaged in a revolution and programmatic element meets the expectations of the South Africans? Now, we need to be bold in engaging with that question. And we also have to ask ourselves whether we are still revolutionaries or we have become conformist. We have conformed to the situation and the status quo. And in answering that question, I think the Youth League must be bold, like the 1944 generation, as captured by Anton Lembede when he said, "We're not called to peace, comfort, and enjoyment, but to hard work, sweat, and struggle. We need young men and women of high moral stamina and integrity, of courage and vision. In short, we need warriors." Close quote. Having said that, my point of departure is one. The Youth League claimed to be a preparatory school of the ANC. I want to emphasize that is correct, but it's not inherent. Not everyone who has been a member of the Youth League and a leader must then be assumed that he qualifies or she qualifies to lead the ANC. A person must qualify to lead the ANC because of qualitative attribute he or she would have gained during a period of leading the ANC Youth League. As Comrade Rapu and Peter Mkaba generation will say, victory or death, freedom or death, victory is certain. And I think if you will continue what you have started, march for jobs and agitating, advancing issues that affect the youth of today, you will reclaim your space. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Secretary General Comrade Goodland. Greetings to the Secretary General of the ANC and the NEC members that are present here. I think a lot has been shared in terms of the former leaders that are here. We really appreciate you, and we are happy that we have also been invited in this particular platform to make contributions on the 80th anniversary of the ANC. Now, I want to ground my input around the twin tasks that have been mentioned by both former Secretary Generals of the ANC Youth League, basically which is to mobilize the youth behind the African National Congress and to champion the interests of the youth. And I think a lot has been said in terms of the revolutionary context and theory of the movement that we must be grounded on. But at the center of everything else is that you can never be able to be a revolutionary organization if the organization does not exist from the onset. If you do not have a proper cadreship days that you can conscientize, you will never be able to produce cadres of the revolution. So that means we need to start at the basic entry where things start to happen. What has gone wrong over the years? For instance, in the conference, in the Congress of the ANC, that predated us, that was supposed to sit. It was the Future is Freedom one that collapsed on the basis that Pule was accused of having some funding from the national intelligence agencies and everything else. And as a result, that particular conference collapsed. But the culture of building the organization had not been there, comrades. Structures of the organization for quite some time, they have been built on paper for purposes of sitting congresses, for purposes of electing leadership. And if you are to go at the core, I don't think that that's the issue of setting up system in terms of financial systems will deal with the problem. But we need to firstly make sure that we recruit the right side of the right people into the organization. And only then we can be able to start grooming those people in the organization. Because right now we are attracting wrong people into the organization who already have preconceived ideas. If you start saying, let us engage on the revolutionary theory of the movement, they tell you no, they are interested in other aspects because we are recruiting the wrong set of people. And I think for me that is very important. The culture has gone too much into the organization. Right now that you see boldness in the committing of fraud. At some point when I was Secretary General, you'll find one comrade coming from the Eastern Cape into the office claiming that their files must be audited. They will be carrying an FNB stamp, stamping membership forms in the office, and yet they will say, still admit that membership. That talks to the consciousness and the intent of the people that we are recruiting into the movement. So we have to pay a particular attention, Secretary General, because part of the thing that we've said is that we must really locate the role of Secretary Generals, not as administrators in the organization, but as political engines that make sure that the organization must run from time to time. Now, one of the things that I think we need to continue on, outside the issue of building of structures, is establishing identity. Because the twin task talk to acting in the best interest of the youth, to champion the interest of the youth. Now, how are you going to champion the interest of the youth if you don't exist within the youth? You can't. And that is why it is very important that the organization must always be grounded, comrades. Some of the reflections I would like to make and experiences is that we were elected in the 25th National Executive Committee as the National Executive Committee of the ANC Youth League. Now, at the center of everything else of that particular conference, comrades will remember that whether perceived or real or whatever, but we left the 25th conference with an image that said the leadership that was elected was installed by leaders of the ANC. Either Colin was installed by Comrade Supra, myself, I'm not sure, cousin, whether I should say installed by you, and so on and so on. But at the center of everything, there was that perception that left us there. Now, the point I'm driving at is that there were substantial campaigns that were carried on that did not follow through because they did not have the necessary support. Today, I'm happy, Comrade President, that you are talking about marching to the JSE. When we said ABSA was manipulating the rand, everybody thought, no, these young ones are crazy. Fast forward years later, people come and confess and there are no repercussions. At some point, comrades, we need to all make sure that we rally behind leadership that is elected so that the program of the organization can continue, because we cannot be on perpetual fighting mode. If we are talking about the issue of introducing young cadres in the leadership of the movement, it started with the 40% issue, which was later translated in 2016. There was a requirement that youth must be at least 20% of who are deployed to councils. And that work needs to continue, and I'm happy that I saw the president recently calling the delegation of the Youth League. Again, when we said when you contest SASCO in campuses, you will be disciplined, we did exactly that. And that gave SASCO space to operate. But that does not mean that the Youth League must not exist in campuses. The last part that I really hope the Youth League will deal with, which is really bothering the movement. Factions in the movement are engineered out of unmanageable leadership contest. And factions eat away in the movement. I hope the ANC Youth League will develop some thought into this process on how do we make sure that we change the electoral system of elected leaders in the movement so that it can unify us rather than setting us apart and against each other. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the former Secretary Generals of the ANC Youth League. I think the matters that have been raised are noted. Because I am the program director, I'm not going to reply like the TG would have said. So thank you very much for that informative session. Now, we are moving to, because our program is a bit dense, but not long. Dense, but not long. We're now going to move into a session of former presidents of the Youth League. We want them to reflect also about their times, the epochs, what was needed to be done, what they could have done better as presidents to engineer and steer the ship into the best heights. What they see that they could do better if they were in the Youth League now. The hardships of the times that they experienced, starting from President Lulu Johnson, President Malusi, President Balula, President Colin Maine, and then the incumbent president is going to come later as a reply. President, we want you today to speak as a former Secretary General and the President of the Youth League. We will give you President first, but you may sit. And President Malusi after you. It's important. President, is our camera able to take them seated? They look very old. I'm joking. President, you may come and take the podium. Thank you very much.
Mantla. Mantla. Roar, young lions, roar. Program Director, Secretary General of the ANC Youth League, Comrade Ngudle, President Malachi, and the collective you are leading of the ANC Youth League as we speak now. The National Executive Committee collective led by Secretary General Fikile Mbalula. Veterans League Secretary General Comrade Ilva McKay. Leadership of the Youth League from provinces and the PYA. Our guests from the patriotic petty bourgeoisie and the bourgeoisie among yourselves. My peers, Comrade Becky and Comrade Phoebe, as we speak today, we are definitely declassifying everything. We've had a number of those that were there classified. Maybe just before I start, Comrade TG, the first initiative that was looking at investing was Blue Crane. Something that also you may wish to laugh at as we speak today is an initiative that was led by Comrade Peter Mukaba, wherein the Youth League was negotiating a 5% that Vodacom was giving us, which Peter refused. 5% of Vodacom. What would it be today? Peter referred to that as the Youth League. What a bombshell. We can't be getting 5%. And that 5% today is worth billions of rands. A lot has been said about why the Youth League was established. In summary, Its founders felt that the ANC was dominated by conservative and older generation who couldn't relate to the youth. We are talking here about 8 years, the ANC Youth League still betting. You know, betting in a cricket situation where you can be betting for over 100 and 200 times. Who had betted for over 400 times? Who got 400? One of the history sport personnel will tell us more. Youth continues, as we speak, to be an omnipresent strata within our society, found in all classes. It is found in schools, in religious sector, in communities, in workplaces, sports, arts and culture sectors, among others in our society. Different to the youth of the 1970s. The 1970s, when COSAS was established, it became to be that closing of that gap that was left and actually having to reorganize the Congress movement. So immediately there were targets. You remember Ifrib Mkhale, onto Zenzile, you name them. As we got into COSAS at the time, it became very clear that you needed to organize from scratch your youth in schools. It became what it became in 1983, 1984, 1985, until it was banned in 1985. Precisely because you were to deal with issues of bread and butter that confronted young people in school. What we have focused later on is a youth that finds itself in a situation wherein, as we speak today, if this issue is related to a role model that young people can talk of as we speak today, precisely because their role models are not to be found among the progressives in our country today. They are found among those who spin the cars, precisely because we are not dealing with day-to-day issues that are affecting these young people. That's what we are confronted with today. It is something that, in my view, I wish that they would have to deal with. The majority of these young people are located among the working class, whose existence is to be influenced by hardships faced by this class, hence poverty, unemployment, and inequality. For them, it's not something that will have to be read from history books, but it is lived with life experiences that inform their militancy in response to their hardships. I argue these young people, they don't need to be organized in your youth league or any other youth formation, whether it is social or economic or political, for them to be militant. I repeat, I argue that these young people, as we are not responding to their day-to-day issues, they are not going to be seated out there and expect a youth league or any of those formations to organize them in their own, on their own, precisely because inherently young people are militant. They want things done now, today. They easily find themselves having to respond. However, that response presents a danger of an unguided militancy where agent provocateurs easily emerge and revolutionary sounding and looking slogans and military rhetoric become a fashion. We do see the springing up of your structures led by the Red Brigades or Red Berets, precisely because these young people, they are not finding themselves being organized. Hence, therefore, anyone who speaks a language that is closer to them and their immediate needs, that person will jump first to join that formation. We see this often in our national conferences or regional or provincial conferences of the ANC that are presented with regalia instead of reading material. It has become a fashion for you to attend any of those conferences. What is being offered out there is clothes, T-shirts, all these kinds of fashionable stuff. Not so much of the reading material that we need to have for ourselves to be able to get to understand the world more. Precisely the point about the direction that our young people are taking, especially as we talk about your role models, the point I was raising earlier on, in society. We need to be able to get, as the Youth League, to get our young people out there to be able to say, as and when they are asked a simple question, who is your role model? As we speak today, you're going to hear something different that is not progressive, but something that is out there to destroy this very young person themselves. The generation of young lions of freedom or death, Madiba spoke about peacetime heroes when referring to those that are militant and hell-bent in fighting against democratic state. I'm not suggesting a stop to any militancy or of any sort, guided or otherwise. The era was very fluid as we had to deal with negotiations, policy changes, mass mobilization, quasi-military operations in dealing with low-intensity warfare in Ekurhuleni, in Soweto, and also in the Vaal. You remember we were dealing with matters related to whether we need to have a youth ministry or a youth commission. Now, these were long debates that we were having, whether we were to have, you remember Stevie Chwete literally canvassing a number of us because he wanted to be in charge of, the youth ministry whilst being in the sport sport portfolio. We remember also you had negotiation that equally warranted a need for mass mobilization of our people so that it does not get to be only a negotiation at Kodesa in Kempton Park. You needed to find a situation wherein young people, especially also society general out there, was to be mobilized to give the impetus to that whole negotiation process. Now, this is what was confronting, that era as we were part of that leadership at the time. The low-intensity warfare was a very serious issue. Declassifying here also to talk about the same issue, wherein it meant having to take some of our young fellows out there for military training. It meant, therefore, that a tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye, with the African AWB, Inkatha, the state itself, our communities out there, especially at Ekurhuleni, Thokoza, Tutuza, all of those areas at part of Ekurhuleni. So those young fellows that went out there, I can safely talk about Castro, who is now no more, one of those that was part of that collective. On a crash course of 6 weeks, they came back and they really waged a serious fight against the enemy at the time. We all know what happened when came the point I was just raising earlier on, out of those crash courses. The policy change still remains with you as we speak, with no idea of the type of education we want in our society. We started a process in 1983 that was to say, let's document the demands on education. Let's be able to say South Africa must have the following type of education in the form of your Freedom Charter demands, a process that we started, that we did not conclude precisely because of the repression at the time. It is a responsibility your education desk might wish to take up with all these other education stakeholders. It is part of your mobilization of young people, giving them content. What this refers to, in a nutshell, is that we have shied away from the important terrain of our struggle that has left our learners to be at the whims of an outsourced curriculum entrepreneur. What I am talking about here, only this other time I'm talking to this one lady who says to me, you know, she's busy trying to pull together, time is not on her side. She has to be able to get the curriculum ready because she just got a tender. Did we know that for learners in schools, for them to be taught, a curriculum has to come from a tenderpreneur? A very important area, imagining those tender or rather curriculum designers having no ideology that is anywhere closer to our understanding of where we are going as an ANC and our alliance partners. I'm not too sure whether this point is very clear. You have in South Africa today a curriculum designer who has to be competing with other bidders to win a tender to supply government with a curriculum. That's what is happening as we speak today in our country. Your revival, as part of our renewal, your revival has presented an opportunity for you to renew and rebuild not only the ANC, point I've been raising as far back as I can't remember whether Comrade Colin Mine would still remember this issue raising with him, precisely because the structures of our movement are very weak. So the revival of the ANC Youth League equally has a responsibility of making sure that COSATU is strong, Communist Party is strong, COSAS is strong, SASCO is strong, sports, arts, and religious youth formations are established. What this means is that, in a nutshell, as we speak today, you have, I suggest, this is the session that we're about, that your organizing team should have, and it used to have, Derek was, I think, education desk convener within that organizing section, within the structures of the ANC Youth League. Within that organizing, having to have, your arts and culture desk, education desk, you name them. They are very focused. Not everything is to be left with the SG, precisely because we have these desks that work within the organizing department. Now, for us to be able to do that, we are rebuilding the structures. For you to be able to say you have a desk that also deals with the workers, that is your point person who shall have to deal directly with our trade union movement. But also being important is to factor in the politics, the ideological debates within the trade union movement. Through programs that attract young people, it is possible to rebuild these formations, as I've said, that they have since been weakened. For me, renewal talks to bringing discipline back by starting meetings on time and fulfilling tasks given to you honestly and genuinely. Those two things for me. If we are to talk about renewal, it means bring back discipline within the organization. Start a meeting on time. Be able to fulfill your tasks given to you by the organization without complicating the matter. The third, very important one, it is to be modest. ANC is known to be very arrogant. Two things. Arrogance goes along with ignorance. If we are ignorant, it means to face up, we have to be arrogant. You can imagine you walking down that road, that person through his hair walks, you can see there that you're dealing with an ANC person just by walking. The eye of the needle continues to be our guide towards electing the best among the best in the structures of our movement. I can only imagine the debate that ensue in the Youth League when engaging in such a discussion, as you are still to be tried and tested yourselves, rightfully so, in the Youth League, our preparatory school where we all learn ANC politics and tradition. In conclusion, just imagine the Youth League mobilizing society in fighting crime and drug abuse. Where shall we be by now? Sparing no effort, sparing no time, sparing no energy, all geared up towards bringing stability in our villages and in our townships, which is a prerequisite for any development to flourish. In short, this means for any development to flourish, there must be stability, there must be peace. Otherwise, we find ourselves having to fight today as we speak with the extortionists. Let me not pay me. Spread yourselves in partnership with our MK, and community network in dealing with extortionists, a blow they shall never forget. I'm scared of what shall happen when the communities, if there is no leadership, when the communities shall take the law to their hands, if they are not guided, if they are not led. Let me share a story, a very brief story that is related to what I was just talking about as I finish off. It was during, I can't remember, Comrade Phoebe, what year, Comrade Becky, when the students were up in arms. Professor Pengu, was the target. At VETS, there was vandalizing, if you remember. There had to be, and this is always confused with Madiba punishing, some of us for whatever. But there, out of that instance, we had a scenario that said, go out to those SASCO comrades. Kiro, Kinana along with, challenge them if they were to go ahead with their vandalism the following day, which they had prepared for. They were not going to meet with Professor Pengu. They were not going to meet with the ANC. They were going to meet with the ANC Youth League. So the nonsense plan for tomorrow must stop today. Having left that crew of comrades from SASCO, met with another lot as they were briefed that we had come to, we had come to threaten them. Unfortunately, because as you walk, you needed to carry your own firearm. They were then threatened and they dispersed. And the next day was to be a report to the ANC Secretary General, the President today, and Kada Asmal had to take the case through. Some of us were penalized for that, which was a good cause, I must say. That's what criminals want. That's what you need to do as young people. You cannot just sit and be able to see the country going in flames with the criminals threatening society. Our own people out there, they are not able to do what they are supposed to do because they are scared of crime. Mantra.
Thanks, President. The coming president is the longest serving president of the Youth League post the unbanning. But President, because Comrade Lulu is a bit older, I did not want to stand up. So please be considerate, but do engage the issues that are at hand. Thank you very much, President. Over to you.
Amanda, I'm intimidated already. Thank you, comrades, for the opportunity. I was suggesting earlier that perhaps we should have done this in the morning to allow for greater time and even for personal anecdotes, because each and every one of the people who have spoken here and those who are not speaking have got very interesting anecdotes that we could tell about them. It would have been nice to listen to the deputy presidents, because particularly after 98, we began assigning them more international responsibilities to talk about that aspect of our work of international mobilization, participation in WUFD, in UC, the Pan-African Youth Movement, the Southern African Youth Forum, and structures like those. It would be nice to reflect on those and see how it could assist you in the work you have to do today. But the formation of the Youth League in 1944 followed a long, protracted process of struggle, but it was not therefore a single event. On the one hand, it was a culmination of objective conditions during the time, especially at the time of the Second World War and the impact it was having on our society, the debates that were there within the movement, and the radicalization, on the other hand, of black workers and the youth, of black communities. So, in a way, the formation of the Youth League was a harbinger of a new phase of the struggle for the movement, which would consist in mass mobilization, taking the ANC out of elitist engagements into more mass mobilization and engagements. So from its foundation, the ANC Youth League was preoccupied with three interrelated issues: the struggle of the African people, as led by the African National Congress. Secondly, it was preoccupied with what Comrade Fipi has referred to, with injecting an ideological philosophy into the ANC, ensuring that the ANC was rebuilt and renewed both organizationally and ideologically, imparting it with a national character and transforming it into a militant fighting organ for liberation. But thirdly, it was preoccupied with the role of the youth within that struggle. So these three things, you find them very dynamically articulated in the Congress Manifesto of 1944. As it begins, the first sections of the manifesto deal with what the Youth League at the time regarded as contending ideologies in South Africa. White trusteeship on the one hand, and the philosophy of emancipation. In the middle of the document, it deals with the organizational challenges facing the ANC. Following, I think, in 1937, the establishment of the All-African Convention, and therefore the splinters that were taking place within the national movement, and the ANC Youth League was grappling with this and engaging it and acknowledging it and saying that, yes, we hear you, we understand your concerns and your worries, but we should put heads together to resolve the issues you are concerned about, because the national movement cannot be broken. And somewhere towards the end, it begins now to articulate the philosophy of African nationalism, the role of the youth, and right throughout, it deals with the importance of the unity of the ANC and why that unity is important. Now, the attainment of freedom in 1994 presented a new dynamic for the ANC Youth League. For 50 years, this organization had been established as a militant fighting organ against the apartheid system. It now had to transform itself, both in the process of the transition, but begin to look forward. You know, we must never take for granted, Comrade SG, that the ANC Youth League has existed for 8 years. It continued to exist even during that interregnum of between 2013 and 2015, and after the dissolution again of the NEC in 2017 or so, up until the recent National Congress. For 8 years, the ANC Youth League has existed in spite of the challenges it has faced. You must never take that for granted. Many organizations could not exist this long and could not survive the democratic transition. They died during that time. So during the negotiations, the Youth League was grappling with this changing political scenario when negotiations took center stage, even as the white supremacist regime was unleashing violence and terror, particularly in KZN and parts of Gauteng. So as well as maintaining the tempo of struggle of the negotiations process, the movement had decided to engage in sustained, sometimes rolling mass action in order to keep the masses mobilized and involved in the process, whilst at the same time sustaining pressure on the regime in order to concede to the demands of the movement. Because oftentimes when young people talk, especially in social media, reflecting on the compromises of 1993, some of them talk about betrayal, they talk about how we were sold out without understanding the global and domestic balance of forces we faced at the time, particularly with the collapse of the Soviet Union and Eastern European socialist countries, and the pressure that was applied on the countries of SADC and the frontline states and other countries in Africa which had been home to our cadres, that were now saying, comrades, consider talking, the regime is ripe for engagement. Because they too were facing they were facing difficulties as a result of imperialist offensive, the debt crisis, the crushing debt crisis, lack of funding and aid for their own development and infrastructure development, and we're now saying to the ANC, do talk. So the Youth League during that process was not a compliant customer. It often advocated for militant outcomes. It played its part by rallying young people into the struggle and into mass action in support of the key demands of the movement. You will remember the people's courts all over the country. We would have campaigns on various things that were in support of the demands for the Constitutional Assembly, the interim government, and other demands of the movement. And it maintained during that time both a high level of militancy as well as revolutionary discipline. But after 1994, the ANC Youth League faced a serious challenge. It had to adjust to new conditions or it had to die. What compounded its challenges were, among others, one, that the generation which had been leading us all along had handed over. The Peter Mukabas, the Ignatius Jacobs, and many others had handed over, especially in 1993, and even prior in 1991, with the merger of the ANC Youth Section and ANCYL. So they relinquished their leadership responsibilities, and with that, it meant massive leadership experience left the organization. So, and secondly, a new group of leaders had now taken over, drawn from the same generation, but also blending newer generations that were coming in from provinces. But there was a crisis we faced in 94, when we took a decision about who should go to parliament, but then there was mass exodus. Comrade Begi found himself as the deputy president and acting SG. Comrade Phoebe were assisting in the SGO. Comrade President was also, doing everything, many things. And we were quite disorganized at the time, and it really caught us by surprise and put us into a difficult situation. The first seeds of renewal were therefore planted at the 19th National Congress, when a new leadership was elected, when certain critical decisions were taken, including mandating ANC Youth League structures, the ANC Youth League to establish branches in tertiary institutions. But perhaps the most important decision that we took at the 19th Congress was to now begin to theoretically confront the questions of our existence post-1994. We adopted a strategy of cooperation and confrontation that we would take a few more years to try and unravel, to find out what exactly does it mean. In terms of which we would ensure that the youth are mobilized to participate in structures of government, but on the other hand, they would remain mobilized in non-statutory organizations and activities to champion their socio-economic rights and to be militant in so doing. In terms of the organization's conception, there would be no Chinese wall between cooperation and confrontation. We would approach it in a dialectical way, but we would learn by doing, because we didn't know what exactly we meant by this. So you put it into practice and you learn along the way. You model and fashion and perfect it as you go. It was also agreed that we would continue with that debate post the 19th Congress, that the debate had to continue. So the political committee, which was convened and chaired by the president, would keep that discussion going and regularly feed into the NEC. But critical debates were also taking place with regard to the role of the Youth League post-apartheid. Between 1996 and 2000, we continued to engage with these debates, focusing on a number of other issues: nation building, peace and stability, working with the IFP Youth Brigade, pursuing youth development. What we did was to separate youth development from education, because we thought education was an important standalone item which needed specialized focus. But in so doing, we also ran our own bursary scheme, by the way. Comrade Bandile, I saw him entering, were beneficiaries of that bursary scheme. It took a knock in 97 when the ANC decided to de-recognize Taiwan. We had to run helter-skelter. Fortunately, the leadership of the ANC held us by the hand. so that we could sustain the bursary scheme. I don't exactly remember when did it. Oh no, it died after the Asian contagion, because Malaysia was now the main funder of the Youth League. But after the Asian contagion, we couldn't find new funders, and so it died. We had to wind it down, ensuring that those who were still beneficiaries completed their work. I remember I traveled to many places to try and assist in raising funds. But we spearheaded also the drafting of the very first national youth policy for the country. We spearheaded it. We spent many hours drafting that document. What the ANC understood was that there would be no youth program that was not led by us. And that's why even the establishment of Umsobomvu Youth Fund, the National Youth Commission, we led those programs. The National Youth Development Agency, we led those programs. And many other things I can't talk about in public. The problem, though, with many of these programs, including our international engagements, is that they kept us self-absorbed. We were so internally focused in policy formulation and debates and stuff like that, that we ended up not focusing on other issues that were important to youth. The struggles by students against academic and financial exclusions, we could have played a bigger role. We could have. We should have. But I think we were too focused on trying to redefine and find ourselves that we didn't play as sufficient a role as we ought to have. But after 2001, after 2000, the NEC decided to start going out, start engaging with the youth, mobilizing them, and we decided to start with the issue of the heavy burden of unemployment and the intensifying public health challenge that was posed by HIV and AIDS. After 2001, Comrade SG will remember, we sat as the officials of the Youth League and said, we looked at all the newspapers, what they were saying about our National Congress, and we asked ourselves the question, what does the country want from the Youth League? What Youth League should we give them? Comrade Joe, you will remember that. And we thought, no, the most important thing here is that we will give the country the Youth League they want in terms of our own understanding. So we will define this Youth League. It won't be the type of Youth League that newspaper headlines talk about. It will be the one that we think about, but it must engage the youth. And that's when we began focusing on youth unemployment and developed later that document, Getting Young People Working, an employment strategy of the Youth League, which I hope you still have a copy in your archives and you can continuously refer to, because the programs that were said to have been started after 2009, of youth mobilization around unemployment, those were programs which had been started in 2001, so they were not new. What that leadership did was to add their own flavor, make them more militant, introduce the issue of nationalization of mines and the financial sector, but they were a continuation of the programs which had been started in 2001. The mistake which I think they made was to present themselves as new, as novel, rather than as part of the continuity of the programs of the organization, whilst introducing newness in that continuity. The ANC Youth League held the view that youth unemployment was a result of structural defects in the South African economy. And that's why even after the adoption of GEAR, the ANC Youth League did not willy-nilly embrace it. We engaged with it, identifying what we thought were good elements and what we thought were problematic elements. And part of what we did was to engage various leaders of COSATU and the SACP to try and fashion a view for the ANC Youth League, whilst understanding the discipline that we were part of the ANC's overall political framework. We held marches, we mainstreamed youth development and economic participation. But one of the issues that became a huge concern was the toxic relationship between youth unemployment, especially affecting ANC Youth League members, and their abuse at the hands of ANC leaders at various tiers who used these unemployed youth as pawns in pursuit of their political ambitions. That problem would have intensified when relations among comrades have become transactional and commodified. We now engage on the basis of how much money you give me, not on the strength of your ideas, your organizational experience, and your ability to perform the tasks of the movement. But the commodification of the ANC, of relations among comrades, has allowed capitalist values to creep into the movement, where decisions have become transactional, be it policy or the buying of membership, election into leadership. The problem with that is that we've allowed a Trojan horse, because the opponents, the enemies of the ANC, had always wanted to defeat the ANC, and they understood that they couldn't do so from outside. So the best way is to creep inside the ANC, and once inside, begin to destroy the wall. Once they've breached the walls of Troy, begin to destroy Troy, the ANC. You divide comrades. You cause splinter groups. You dissipate the support of the ANC and the overwhelming power of a united black majority. You dissipate that united power and therefore ensure that as black people we are unable to speak as one along our own interests, because we have to hold the view that the National Democratic Revolution has not been achieved. So when we raised this issue in 2001, we didn't know back then that it would go so far, it would have such far-reaching effects, it would cause so much destruction and devastation to the movement many years later. Many comrades were bought cars and alcohol, provided stipends, and sent to disrupt ANC meetings. So we decided that we're going to confront this, but I think it was within the limits of the scale of the problem at the time. And our challenge to you is confront it now, bearing in mind that the scale of this problem, the problem with organizational renewal, as we often talk about in our policies, is that it doesn't deal with this problem. So it will deal with how comrades behave in government or areas of deployment, but it doesn't deal with the problem of the corruption of the ANC by those who have money and trying to answer the question, where do they get that money from? And why is this money so limitless? And secondly, renewal doesn't deal with the problem that the ANC has to position itself as the champion of the poor, the working people, the rural poor, the unemployed. And so renewal has to be driven by that purpose. It must not be renewal for its own self. Otherwise, renewal becomes another evangelical program. It's got to be based on the strategic objective of the emancipation, of total emancipation. And so in that regard, the question that we have to grapple with as this generation, that you have to grapple with as this generation, is how do you take renewal further such that you present new ideas? The problem when we went into the election this year, one of the problems is that we go into every election and present the same programs. You know, once comrades have spoken about providing social grants to 17 million people, you would think they actually believe this is the most radical thing that we should do. It's what the NDR is about. The NDR is not about social grants. Social grants are a transitional measure to alleviate poverty. The ultimate objective is to transform the structures of production. It's to transform the relations of production. It is to transform the institutions of economic activity and the systems of that economy. We must ensure that the black majority are owners of productive assets. They are significant players in the direction of the means of production in our country. And finally, as I see the chair, so one of the things we did was to begin campaigning against racism. Andrew Babeile, and I hope he forgives me for speaking about him in public, Andrew Babeile was freed by our campaign, our steadfast campaign. We refused to agree with the then Minister of Justice when he said to us that no, the law must take its course and so on. We refused to agree with that. Up to a point where Madiba himself visited Andrew in prison. That's the first time that a sitting president visits a sitting prisoner and offers his support, goes to meet the guys, the families, the white families of the boys that he had a skirmish with, talk to them and tell them that Andrew is going to be released. It was because the ANC Youth League refused to accept anything other than Andrew's release. And we took these campaigns all over the country. Comrade Phoebe has said, for the ANC Youth League to be relevant, it must take up these struggles of the youth everywhere. President Johnson, who is our president, all of us here, has said the ANC Youth League has got to be everywhere young people are. In sports, in arts, everywhere you are. The ANC Youth League used to speak on Miss SA pageants. We used to speak. We had opinions. We used to speak on the captain of the Springboks, the captains of the Proteas when Graham Smith was appointed the Proteas captain. The Youth League kicked dust. The Minister of Sport had to call us into a meeting with Cricket SA to try and mediate because we were saying that there was not going to be a Cricket World Cup held in South Africa. Everywhere there was a Cricket World Cup game, we were going to disrupt it. Because we were saying, there is Makhaya Ntini here. He deserves to be captain. He's got the experience. He's got the skill. We believed he deserved to be captain. So what I'm saying in conclusion, is that the Youth League has to be everywhere. And now, the ultimate final conclusion, because we're reflecting on our time, right? The final, because what happens is, towards the end of my tenure, the ANC now faces a crisis it had not faced since 1950, was it 53, when Chief Luthuli was elected president. It had not faced this problem of a contestation between a sitting president of the ANC and sitting deputy president of the ANC. And this problem, as it presented itself, it became clear to us that there was going to be a succession debate for the first time in our recent living history. and that the rift between the then ANC president and deputy president had become irreparable. And so the Youth League was going to be called upon to take a stand. We tried to mediate, to talk in private, but it became impossible. Then enters the era of Fikile Mbalula. Thank you.
SG, thank you very much. You must come closer because you are the only person who has been a Secretary General and the President. Now you are given to speak on. Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you very much. I will be very brief, comrades. Yes, I will be very brief. I think Malusi covered a whole era. Let me greet the Youth League leadership, the President of the Youth League, the Secretary General and members of the National Executive Committee, the past presidents, Secretary Generals present here, Deputy President. There's only one Deputy President I don't see here, Andile Lungisa. And Andrew Dipela. You can't miss Andile. Then you are not serious about the Youth League. The man is colorful. The treasurer of the Youth League, Comrade Pule, former. Good evening, comrades. I'm going, like I said, going to be very brief. The Youth League was confronted and grappling with the question of how it relates with a democratic dispensation. Like all youth organizations in the country and the youth movement as a whole. And then in its first conference, it then responded by saying twin tasks. Because the Youth League was not sure whether it's the right thing to protest, because we are the Youth League of the ruling, not the ruling party, the governing party, the African National Congress. So what do you do when young people are activists and they need to be mobilized and they are forever restless and they need to be harnessed? The Youth League grappled with this question for quite some time in terms of how you relate with government. Before we arrived at decisions to take to the streets, it was not an easy decision. So this strategic perspective began to inform the approach the Youth League and the youth movement had to take. Sansco then used to say, our relationship with government is both contradictory in the form of confrontation and reinforcement. And then they had the pleasure of protesting and doing all sorts of things. But what does it mean to champion the cause of the youth? It meant that us being the Youth League of a governing party put us at an advantageous position to be able to champion this interest of young people. It's a dynamic process on its own because we can protest with a full understanding that the demands of the youth will be met, but not in vain. When we protest today for NSFAS and take to the streets, we know that we'll get a positive answer, and the force that will win will be us at the helm. And in that way, we win in the hegemony of the youth. We are not just seen as parrots and drum majorettes of the governing party, but we really, in reality, champion the cause of the youth. At an organizational level, The Youth League has to carve, in a lack of better words, its own niche in terms of we are a militant organization. This is what we have inherited from Peter Mugabe and all leaders who came before, and with the formation of the Youth League from the South African Youth Congress. How do we project that in the politics of the ANC post-1994? The Youth League was very active in shaping the discussions in the country towards transition and so on. We were very active through Peter Mugabe and so on, shaping those discussions and articulating our view. At one point, when the armed struggle was suspended, the ANC convened the Youth League at Shell House, which is Luthuli House now, but the Luthuli House that is changed into residential area. And it was 6 o'clock in the morning, that meeting. We arrived with Peter there in that meeting late, and Mandela gave him a dressing, tongue lash for an hour, or 30 minutes to an hour, because we went clubbing. Because Peter was not drinking, was not smoking, but he believed he will dance the whole night. So with Peter, we are not going to break here and dance, it's not complete. So excuse us when you see us doing these things, because we inherited this stuff. But comrades, the Youth League was not short of ideas and engagement. It was grounded. Even when we argued about the suspension of the armed struggle and everything else, there was clarity of thought. And when the Youth League was launched in the country, bringing all youth formations together into the Provisional National Youth Committee and launched on the 27th of October at Orlando Stadium, and with the core group being the youth section and the South African Youth Congress, the Youth League never was short of ideas and engagement and understanding the moment. We wanted this armed struggle to continue, not because we did not understand that it was a tactic. We wanted it to continue because we're militant. We wanted to arrive in Pretoria with bazookas and everything. Because that moment, the strategy and tactics dictated that this is going to be an armed seizure of power. And the leadership had read it correctly that this thing is not going to happen. So we need to suspend the armed struggle. The leadership had to convince the Youth League first that this is the right decision. So many of comrades skipped the country for the regular army because everybody wanted to be MK. When people were coming back, others were going out. And they ended up in Uganda. And I hear them, they speak like they are great revolutionaries, some of them today. They ended here. They were never in Angola. And then Babu Yalapa. So Begin Kosi, this man trained us, this comrade. He was the one who was trained because when politics, ANC was unbanned, we were raw. We were never taught how to run organization. We just found ourselves in this thing, many arrested, and that is why we did not agree with this concept of lost generation. We contested it. We said we are not the lost generation. We are the militant youth of our country who fight for the total liberation of our people. And when they said we are lost generation, we said not, we are not. And the youth then had to swell the ranks and be trained in means of formal organizational operation. And I think you were working for Creek That friend of yours, who's he? I met him in a bar there in Joburg. He's still very good, that comrade you were working with. Peggy was with Bostanza Bupape, but he doesn't speak about it. Phoebe was our political commissar in the South African Youth Congress. There were a few women there. If I'm not mistaken, it was Phoebe. She doesn't like me to talk about it. It was Phoebe, it was Sharon Davids, it was Dipuo Peters there in the South African Youth Congress. From the Western Cape, University of Western Cape, but very active. Even in the unbanning, she was there in the political education of the ANC Youth League. Lulu is an old croc. I'm Mapulu. He spent his youth in jail, this man. That is why he's not old. He's the president of the Congress of South African Students. Mlungisi Johnson. Kosas. And then we had a privilege, comrades. Tina, we became president and SGs, but we had a privilege that you did not have. We call it a privilege today because we're still alive. Other comrades died. But this organization, the Youth League, is a militant organization of the youth of the ANC. And it had foremost clarity. And what we have done here today, you continue with a very positive tradition. You cannot lead an organization without being inspired by where you come from. Kuthiwa indlela ibuzwa kuba phambili. So to bring us here today and talk about these experiences, Abomalusi sonke apa, is very good. Keep it that way. Even if whatever faction in the ANC wins, keep it this way. Because in that way, you are informing yourself about where we come from. These discussions don't have to end here. They must continue even informally about this experience. And today is very important because we had a lecture before I came here of Comrade Dumanogwe, and it was delivered by the former Deputy Chief Justice, Dikgang Moseneke, and it is organized by the Dumanogwe Foundation as well as the Dumanogwe firm of lawyers. So Bonguga Itobi, Dalimpofu, Dai Rush, all of them under one roof. So we spoke there, but the lecture was delivered by the judge. So there are judges there and former judges. And they did really acknowledge the ANC today there. So comrades of Sidibeng are leading a program of this repatriation of Comrade Dumanogwe. They started a project even of a book which is being authored by Comrade Tamika Plaki. It's no longer PAC now. And so Tamika Plaki gave me notes. So I'm not the first secretary of the ANC from Free State. The first was Saul Plaki. He was not from Kimberley. When they want to make themselves feel good, they say he was from Kimberley. He was not. He was from Tabanchu. And he relocated to Kimberley. Sometimes nabantu base Northwest mabafuna uvakamnandi abakholeni bari Saul Plaki kwaru. But he came from the Free State. The first, the Secretary General of the ANC. So Dumanogwe, there's going to be, that was a lecture, but a whole lot of comrades who passed away are coming back in repatriation. It's going to be it's a big project, which the Youth League must come close. You know, these lectures of factions, they want to promote themselves. There is a lecture China there in my branch. Come and talk about Dumanogwe. I must know mas. And then Niabizana lecture left and right. The moment of lectures is now. with this repatriation that has started. And I think the Youth League must participate actively in that program. And the Youth League, like Malusi have said, has been at the center of youth development struggle. We suffered here because we were compared. When we came, Nabo Malusi, all the time in the NEC were compared with Peter. Now, I remember one day Steve Chwete saying in the National Executive Committee, when we took Peter away and made him a deputy minister and so on, we didn't give the youth another Peter Mugaba. So they wanted us to be Peter Mugaba in an era of governance, which was not possible. And they were compared all the time. But we earned our stripes by way of leading the struggles of the youth and adapting to the new era of championing youth development. What do we mean by youth development? We had to develop a youth policy. Comrades, 30 years on, we talked about National Youth Service Program. This week, I received a document from government, Comrade Malusi and Phoebe, from government implementing the massification of National Youth Service through the South African Defence Force. We have been fighting for that for 30 years. It did not only end there. We used to struggle with how do we champion the cause of the youth and deal with social campaigns like HIV and AIDS? How do we deal with the popular culture? Here are young people, first in terms of HIV and AIDS, we need to mobilize them, engage with them, without becoming an NGO. And then we used to have another man, may his soul rest in peace, they call him Songazom Chongile. He was assigned a task in the NWC of youth development, and he developed a campaign with Phoebe. The NWC and the NEC adopted single-issue campaign. So we had to deal with issues of substance abuse. But those comrades were abusing substance more than any other thing, leading a campaign. So we got a sponsor from KWV. And then also Temba Nobatana was our youth policy convener at head office. And then KWV gave us a lot of money for substance abuse at the workshops. And these workshops were going to the ground. But Malusi will always say, but why is it like, Matota, you are abusing substance more than... and then the concept of responsible use of alcohol came about. And then the training was about that. We had to deal with issues of early teenage pregnancy. We produced a document that became policy of government. And Mahlengi Bengu was the chairperson of the Youth Commission. And then the Youth Commission, after Mahlengi was Jabu and all of that, and then there was Umsobomvu Youth Fund, which was formed out of the demutualization process of Old Mutual. 1 billion rand. Established Umsobomvu Youth Fund. And then we appointed a man called Malose Kekana as the CEO of Umsobomvu Youth Fund. A lot of projects all over the place. And then we said through the National Youth Development Policy, we must ensure that we massify National Youth Service Program in the country. 30 years on, we're implementing it. When we wanted that program, Trevor Manuel said there is no money to implement the massification of the National Youth Service Program. Now, the Youth League started this program then. We realize it now. Because in our youth policy, in terms of the research, we realize the problem of South Africa's youth is a problem of disengaged young people. Early teenage pregnancy in the township, substance abuse. How do we deal with that particular problem? And then we had to respond to that particular situation through a policy document and ensuring that this policy is implemented not parochially but by the entire government. And then we produced a response to youth unemployment by adopting learnerships. That is the Youth League program through the SETAs that found expression today that benefited a lot of the youth. We delivered the EPWP for the ANC government, that it was implemented in government, extended public works program. And then they said, no, instead of the youth service, we will implement this public service, this EPW program. It came from our own policy document. It means the ANC, whenever they wanted to think about what must happen to the youth, it is the Youth League that was giving direction. And that is what you are faced with today. And then the part of the popular culture, we assigned a man called Mzwandile from KZN, Nhlanzi. He became a friend of Dr. Kumalo. He ended up wanting to be like Dr. Kumalo. So the man was keeping meetings of the NWC. Where is he? A stadium. Wamba not doctor. That time, they used to drive very nice cars, 323. Tina Youth League, we were administratively independent. We're not dependent, Comrade President, to the ANC. We drove our cars. We had our own salary, but the money came from the ANC. So they gave us the budget, but we determined what to do with that budget. So, and then they had the pool cars and nice cars that I don't know whether Phoebe knew how to drive then or it was driven. But nonetheless, we have had a very important movement. And that is why when we came in the ANC, it was important to launch the Youth League. It was a priority. That thing, we were not doing it because we are ANC Secretary General. We were doing it because we think this is right. Because the Youth League, like Sitle have said the other day, that lull of the Youth League not in existence for some time was a disaster. Actually, the decision to disband the Youth League was wrong by the ANC. That decision was wrong because that decision was not remedying anything. Even if Abu Kolen, they were struggling and all of that, they did not deserve to be disbanded. Or ngaba bat disbandiwe. Ngabo Kolen bat disbandiwe. Okay, yes. Yanine not disband. But we fought that. We were defeated. And then once you lose your autonomy, the ANC will give you their friends to lead. And then it took some time as to, I don't know how many task teams. But when I came as SG, I dealt with one task team, Ngaba Shifter. That was forever. And then we moved very fast to the conference. So, and today, comrades, as I conclude, we are here. And we're not patronizing you. Your task is very difficult. And then we had to deal with the whole thing about the popular culture I was explaining. Because Walter Sisulu in that meeting, remember, we had at 6 o'clock talking about the armed struggle and all of that. He then asked us a question there, what is our relationship with Dr. Kumar? And we looked at each other, we thought these old people, what do we have to do with some soccer player there? And then he said, no. As an organization of the youth, you can never have somebody who's popular like that and has got no relationship with the movement. He doesn't have to have a relationship by membership, but relationship nje. Ahlale kubona ukhona. Uyabona ngokuma uqeda ukunfonela la. But ngiyaqonda ukuthi ndenza umsebenzi kaKholeni. So you can never have somebody Onjalo who's popular. It was Mandela, it was Coca-Cola, it was Dr. Kumalo, and Good is Nice. And then the Youth League started to throw these nice parties around. But it doesn't mean that you've got to lose your identity and now start to be Maho and then lose your identity. Among the youth and the populace of the country, we are a political formation. When young people want answers about the political situation in the country and they are naive and they don't know, they must come to the Youth League. They cannot go to Julius. They must come to you and ask, what is this GNU? They don't know. These young people don't know politics. And they are popular. Amapiano and everywhere else. Those answers, they must get them from us. And how you navigate that space is not to drown in it, is to stay close. ANC leadership didn't like this because we used to organize parties on our birthdays, and then before the era of the Instagrams, the leadership didn't understand. The leadership didn't understand Kwaito. Ask Malusi. We had to teach them. Because our Oscar bebethukana. We brought it to the ANC. For the first time in 2009, when COPE was trying to get to the youth through popular culture, we dominated. It's not permanent feature that every election you must employ that tactic we employed 10 years ago in that campaign. It changes all the time. All the good things they learn from us because we are able to adapt. So you can march. You should march. You don't have to ask sometime. You ask a lot. And then don't be irritated when you speak and then we call you. We were called like that many times. It happened to Lulu. I don't want to talk about his experience. He's here. He should have spoken about it. He didn't speak about it. It happened to Peter. It happened to me. It happened to Malusi. In my own experience, I escaped DC because I said women are paraplegic. And then I was supposed to go to the DC of the ANC. And the SG of the ANC defended me. That no. And it was linked to the ANC National Conference because we were opposed to the president third term. And we became aware that in that third term opposition, we were joined also by Wounded Lions who joined our popular campaign. We brought them in and we accepted them because when we went to Pulugwan and we said no to 2 centers of power and no to third term, it's because comrades went to Comrade Mbeki and then they said to him, you are still young, what are you going to do? Continue. And we were telling the whole of Africa that we, the ANC and our leaders, 2 terms is enough. So these ones, they said, no, at an organizational level, the president can continue, and then the ANC can have another president. We said, what principle guides that? Except just people's feelings. Who said that the president cannot be replaced? We didn't fight President Mbeki personally, but there are others who were fighting him because they could not handle him at an ideological level, including in the alliance. In the alliance, the outcry then, we had a very, very intelligent president of the ANC. One time I found myself in the toilet with Peter Mugaba, and then he said to me, what are we going to do? I said, what? He said, this president is too intelligent, more than all of us. It's dangerous for the revolution. I said, how is it dangerous? Is it not beneficial? He said, no, that is wrong. It's a problem. This man is too intelligent. He's too intelligent. It's a problem. And then That is the kind of president we had, Comrade TM. Others came because in the alliance, they said no. The president takes decisions unilaterally because the president was engaging. And one time in the meeting of the alliance, we found ourselves in a meeting with President Mbeki. Other comrades were still coming, but the alliance component, all of them were present. They were there in the meeting at Shell House. And then as part of the Youth League, we're part of the delegation. So we arrived with the president. So they said, no, how are we going to start the meeting? Because the ANC delegation is not all of them here. It's COSATU and the Communist Party, Bomadisha. So we raised the hand there in that meeting. No, the delegation will find us on the way. The man you want, Kiwo, is around. Let's start, because you say the problem is the president. Let's start. Here is the man you want. And then President Mbeki presented a discussion document for that meeting. I think the title was Domestic and International Setting Analysis in the meeting. And then the ANC was too strong for the allies. I'm saying it boldly and openly to you. So when we went to Polokwane, because of that, other comrades joined us because they wanted to get rid of this nemesis called Thabo Mbeki. And then we, at that time, were very principled on what we wanted to achieve. Don't blame us on the candidate. We feel that we wanted Zuma. So I was with Sihle. We went to Mbeki. That's where our friendship with TM ended. It was Monday morning. So I'm concluding on that part. It was Monday morning. The NEC of the Youth League had decided we never took decisions and not briefed the ANC. We took a decision that no to 2 centers of power, no to third term, and then we were now developing a document which we developed, and then we took that document to the ANC. And then we had to brief the leadership on leadership issues. So I was mandated with him as SG and president. So we arrived in the morning, Monday morning, we briefed TM. That, as the Youth League, we have decided that, you must not come back as the third term. Yeah, no, we're not gossiping. You must not come back. And then, we are still discussing names. But we'll come and brief you about it. That meeting didn't end. And then TM said, Chiefs, please, can you go, man? Please. I don't know, why are you in a hurry for this? Why is the Youth League in a hurry for this? Out of so many things, youth development and so on. You just come here and discuss leadership. Chiefs, we have got to go to a meeting. Thanks. Hey, we left with this man. Now, we were saying, this is how OR and Mandela were dismissed by Kuma. And then in the morning, and then they had to walk in the early hours. Nam no sitle, but we didn't have to walk. We had to take a lift to the 7th floor. And then the president dismissed us. But that's what happened. But that's not the only thing. Even the eye of the needle, it was the product of the Youth League. In Mafigan conference of the ANC, when everybody left the ANC, went to government, our first conference we convened was in Mangaung, Bloemfontein. And that conference elected Bantu Olomisa as number 1 in the additionals. We then saw there's a problem with this organization. We can't have Olomisa ahead of our leaders. Just imagine our conference as number 1. We said there is a problem of leadership. We went to Lutuli House and produced a document called Organizational and Leadership Issues. First time, you must go to Google. And then we started to characterize the problems of the ANC, subjective and objective weaknesses of the ANC, forcing a discussion in the organization. And then we started to say, no, leadership has forgotten about the organization. They've all left. They are enjoying blue lights. They are in government and all of that proper. That document tabled by Phoebe and Malusi on our behalf in the working committee. We went to the NEC of the ANC. We took it to the national conference. The eye of the needle was born because of the ANC Youth League. So, Youth League has always made strategic interventions in the life of the African National Congress. Not howling. The period of howling came with Julius. And the reason Julius we differed because other comrades wanted Saki. And then we said, no, Julius must come in. We cannot have presidents of the Youth League who are over age all the time. But the person who wanted to be president was Songes. And when we win in Pulugwani conference, Songes will come to my room. We won yesterday, we had a party, we were last. And then he came to my room and then he started to say to me, hey, President, what do you think about the conference? Did it end out? I mean, we come from a hectic thing like this. You want us to discuss the Youth League conference? We'll discuss it at home. I know. I kept coming back. And then I just said, no, I think Julius must take over. Yo! He came to Joburg, convened everybody during December. No, that president is a problem. He wants that boy from Limpopo to take over. But I motivated that, look, why? We will train him, but it is time that Songes, we must leave Youth League to the youth. We cannot leave the Youth League all the time at the age of 37. And then the Youth League president all the time. Peter Mugaba left the Youth League, he was old. We only discovered at this party that he was 40. This man, he's been leading us over age. So, we said, no, man, let's prepare this. Of course, we differed. Others argued for tradition and all of that. And obviously, the preparations for that conference at the political level, we cannot be proud of because the membership was a disaster. People were showing buttocks there and all of that. Now, howling and not engaging began to be the talk of the town of the Youth League that is not engaging. And then did not reflect militancy. Whilst we're still working on that, the Youth League was disciplined. And Malema was expelled. We went to the DC of the ANC. That's where the thing started to go wrong. Because the reason why I was defended, Khalima said, you cannot doubt the bona fides of the Youth League president. The Youth League president is a Youth League president. He defended our autonomy, not Mbalula. And then he started to give me politics. Why? I must not call women paraplegic. Because those women, when I arrived there in that meeting where I was arguing paraplegic, I was speaking English, I said it's figurative speech. And then there was Mavivi Miagayaga that side, and then he looked at me, she cried. It was as though I'm referring to her. And then Khalima said, as the SG, the ANC will apologize on behalf of the ANC, which is what he did. But comrades, he was defending our autonomy. That's why when we apologize on behalf of the ANC, when Colin has said something wrong, it's not like we are defending the Youth League autonomy because it is through the Youth League we learn, fight and produce. There's no other learning platform. There's no other learning platform in the ANC other than the Youth League. So that's what we're defending. And the ANC Secretary General understood that these ones, they must be dealt with. And after that NWC meeting, he took me every day, lunchtime and all of that, why this thing is not done, Comrade President of the Youth League. But Terra was in a hurry to hang me. Now, when Malema was taken to the DC, we warned against that. That we are now taking away the Youth League, he must be corrected. But others took him to the DC for wrong reasons. Because Malema was beginning now to talk things that others knew how they came into presidency, that if we can allow this Youth League like this, it means it will affect my presidency. So we must get rid of them. And they did. And that was a disaster. And then we went to a conference of the Youth League elected leadership. That leadership did not finish its mandate. A task team was established. And then a conference was convened, successful. Pule was trotting. He will be talking today as former president. And then when we arrived there in that conference, mina angitsho sengingaphandle. Siyafika laphana, nabo malusi were invited as always. Hey, the delegates, the conference is correcting nicely. Hey, I get a message there that this thing is not going to continue. How? Why? The leadership has taken a decision. There is a problem here. What is the problem? No, there is a problem here. Apparently, this conference is a problem. Somebody went to gossip to the leadership and said, that Pulemabe, if you think Julius was a problem, you will see Pulemabe on steroids. Cannot be allowed. And then they started to concoct funny things that he's working for CIA, he's got a lot of money and all of that. And then was going to be the SG, this was the president. The conference didn't have a problem. These comrades were going to have their own conference successful. The leadership of the ANC comrades arrived and stopped a conference of the youth. It will never happen today. It will never. I can guarantee you that it will never happen, because the people who are leading here today, we are the products of this organization. We know the value of the Youth League to the ANC. We don't want to produce parrots, drama majorettes. Mashapa used to call us drama majorettes of the ANC from the Communist League and the SANSCO. So he says, no, this thing of leadership of the PYA is not hereditary. It's not like in Tuyabunga, Kagoaluna, and all of that. That's how he used to insult us, Mashapa, the president of SANSCO. But it was nice. We used to have good debates. Not this thing of being insulted that leadership talks diarrhea by Communist League. What kind of leadership is that? Lilu naskala ruaka batbaba. You must engage politically. Even GNU, when people differ with it, even yourselves, if you've got reservation, you must engage. That is our culture. Don't go around thinking labeling people and insulting leaders is revolutionary and it defines a young person. That's not the way to go. You know, I go to Johannesburg region as I conclude, and I'm going to charge that comrade. I go to a meeting. I say to the comrades, this is a meeting of the NWC, of the NC. Nobody must take videos here and do what you did to Dada. Because whatever Dada said there, it was not meant for public consumption. He was talking to his comrades in a lekgotla. Bam videorize. When they finish videorizing him, they take it out. ANC people. Because they wanted this mayor to be dealt with very fast and probably to be put aside. But they are not aware they are damaging the NDR. They are not damaging Dada. Dada we can deal with him, put him aside. But the ANC will now be negotiating with Ghana or Kai with everybody. Kanti, when he has presented his political overview in the meeting, you comrades in the meeting must say, Chairperson, we don't agree with your view. And don't even go out here and repeat that thing. It's your view. When they leave the Lekgotla, they table. It's like President Ramaphosa going to the Lekgotla and we video rising. And then the whole country. You know, they didn't videorize us like that, but it did happen. Me, Mduntuli, and the president, in a virtual meeting of the ANC, were recorded. You see, comrades, the levels of ill-discipline in the ANC are beyond question. A comrade, we are there in the meeting, we talk, he goes, and then he insults leadership. No, it's fine. Communist Party doesn't say to the Communist League, you can argue with the SG of the ANC, but don't say comrade is talking diarrhea. Bayamiyeka kumnandi osoli buqhebelele kumnandi. I will never allow Colin or Ngudle to insult leaders of the alliance. Never. Under my watch as the SG, working with the collective, I will be the first to tell them you have crossed the line. Argue politically, I will defend you. And will open a space for you to engage. ANC allows dissent. You don't have to think like us. Thabo Mbeki used to fight with us all the time and say you are too educated for the youth. You are too bookish. You must be simple. The youth don't want you to stand in front of them and address them in a rally for 2 hours, sweating alone there. Reading an iPad. They want you to talk from the heart. Ubhute man Collins is akunanda. Ungabhuti kakhulu. Ude uye ku DC. You must, but the youth, Khalima Mutlante used to say, the Youth League is a necessary irritation of the ANC. Even your children, comrades, in the household setting, if your child akakhali, you start to get worried. Ingathi ungamtswikila nje. Uve ukuthi lo mntana uyakhala or what? It's been quiet. Kanti umntana unezinye problems. Wena ucinga bafana, oh, this child is so sweet. You enjoy getting drunk and sleeping. Akakhali ndiyakutshela the whole night. Kanti umntana une problem ezinye ezifuna ugqirha. He needs a special school. Uyabona pha elokishini, umntana elokishini, if he's got special needs, uyabethwa. Why? Why you dumb? Why you failure? Kanti umntana, no, doesn't belong to. He will never pass in that school. There's a boy who was hitting cricket like nobody's business in South Africa. His father took me aside one time as a minister and said that my kids have got special needs. You must not ungamkhwazi. The only thing he knows is cricket. He's not passed at school, nothing. Here, that boy used to hit that ball. And then I realized, oh, the only thing he knows is cricket. And whenever I talk to him, he's very reserved, but the only thing he knows is cricket. And Balus is right. This thing of fighting for transformation and what you see, Rasi, Rasmas, and all of that, it's not an accident. We started it as the Youth League. Transformation, fighting for transformation in the Springboks and all of that. When we went to government, we were given an opportunity to lead. We brought those things to the fore in government. We introduced the Transformation Charter. We did away with the quotas. And then we brought the Transformation Charter and at the same time the Transformation Agenda. Springboks, Kolisi was never going to be captain. We brought him in. Rasi Erasmus is the best performing coach because rugby people came to me and said, the man who understands the agenda of transformation is Rasi. I said, Lumlu. But yes, Rasi understand. He grew up with Xhosa people there in the Eastern Cape. Rasi understand this thing. First thing, Rasi, when he arrived, he appointed Sia as the captain. African black captain. Umdones Tugu. And says Tugu Polisi, or Umban and Maz. But Kwaba Nomdom Nyama in the field of play. All of those things, comrades, did not happen on their own. It's because the Youth League was always in the forefront. beauty queens were involved. That's why still today, I've got a standing invite at Miss South Africa. Benefits of the Youth League. Because one time, Peter Mukaba said to us, we're at his house, and then he said, you know, a concept of beauty is democratic. That Chief, what do you mean by that? I don't know, a concept of beauty is democratic. All women are beautiful. Chief, why are we not invited in this Miss South Africa thing? Did he, hey, what are you doing there? He says, no, but the Youth League must begin to talk about this thing. And then our entry point was that why is Miss South Africa won only after Basitsana by white girls? Abas Fulela, Sangene Potroom. Why? Ask him, the president of the Youth League. I was with Kulegani Janga, said, I was the leader in that. I won it for you. And then from there, Bangen, Abawina, Bantabamnyama, and then Bawina, Miss South Africa, Youth League intervened decisively, owned by Sun International. You might think it's a simple thing, but it is important. You know, these boys who are singing in South Africa today, once they get money, they fight among themselves. But we know them. So we call them to order from time to time. Hip-hop, they fight, and all of that. Here, Grotman, and so on. We are not Amapiano. Behind the scenes, it's just to stamp our authority. That if you look at parenthood, the people who can guide you on this thing is us. Maporisa, we discovered him at Kalawa Chesme from Shoshanguve. We brought him in, and then the first group that he performed for was Uhuru. When I met, we met Boom Shaka, and all of that was at Peter Mukaba's house. Christos, Vinita Vinci, and all of that, Wicked Sounds. Down the streets from Shell House, all of them, 8th of January, Peter Mukaba's birthday, they were there. They were there at the house, celebrities, we used to see them there. All these people who are singing. And then ANC, we started to embrace and give direction to this thing. Because these kids, they moved with times. They defied the odds. They refused to be like Americans. When things were changing, they kept their own identity. And they came up with something they called Kwaito. Up until today, Amapiano, it is something that is evolving, this popular culture. They didn't rush to become Americans and all of that. They started to rap with their vernac from down in Mafigeng, Utlamo, Johannesburg, Bare, Babashimani, and all of that to today. And then we embraced them, showed them the direction. Because the struggle and the popular struggle in this country did not go on its own without the progressive culture. Hand in hand. Miriam Makeba, Yuma Sigela in the forefront. It has happened. And then we understood that even today, Youth League cannot allow that. And then think that the only thing that brings us closer is material things. It's money. It's good things. It's these things that they like. Utywala were expensive. No, that's not the clothes and all of that. No. Tina, our task is to be at the center of these things as the youth and provide leadership in a very strategic way. And not to be seen and ejected by the youth. That these people don't understand what they want to do. I said I'm going to speak very short, but it's unlike me. And I'm very deputy president. This was our deputy president, Masangaji. I followed in his footsteps. International relations. It was Neville Naidu, who stayed in Budapest for the longest of time. That man loved Budapest. Neville Naidu. He was the president of Hoofdi. And then I think he took over from that Sudan comrade. Who was it? Who was staying in our office all the time. South Sudan. And then Joe was coordinating international relations. And then Iraklis from Greece came after Neville. Yeah, Rashid from South Sudan was the one who was leading Wufdi. And then I followed in those footsteps. The Youth League, whilst I was president, they said I must become vice president of UC. I also became president of UC for 10 years in Vienna. Social Democrats, very funny ideology and all of that, but we provided leadership. Now, the person who took us out of UC is Julius, because he went there with ANC tendencies, wanting to bribe everybody to be elected when he was dismissed from the ANC, and the Youth League was chucked off. But I'm happy that you are back. Those forums are very important. Nowadays, I see you every day you are in Russia. So I was with the president of Youth League in Russia. You are in Russia and all of that and so on. But the Youth League played a very critical role in terms of international fora and leading those struggles and even guiding the ANC. It's us who brought close to the ANC the struggles of the people of Palestine and Western Sahara. The comrades of Ugo Cesario, were at our offices. Today they are ambassadors, in Pretoria. All of them, that whole crew that lead Western Sahara Polisario Front, they were here at Luthuli House, supported by the Youth League. We took them to school, including our comrades from South Sudan. When the president there was John Garang, before they shot him in the air. All those comrades were attending school at Vets and were paying for them even in the Western Cape. John Pangesh. I asked them in South Sudan when I went there with Phoebe, where is John Pangesh? They didn't talk much. I think he sold out somewhere, somehow. They were not talking about him in very, In Zimbabwe, ZANU-PF. We worked with ZANU-PF. Don't be afraid of them. They are very old. They call themselves whatever. China. We've been in good books with China. Worked very well with China. And then we worked very well with Taiwan. They used to give us money. Before Mandela said there is one China policy. They gave us money for bursary scheme, for Youth League activists. And then Thabo Mbeki Foundation also gave us a lot of money. Now, you need that for your own activists in the party. I don't know whether you can sustain that if the TG of the Youth League always says that there's no problem about money. But you must know there is a lot of problem about money. But the TG in front of cameras, money is not a problem. We resolve everything. Thank you very much, comrades. Enkos.
Thank you, President Colin Maine. You may take the podium.
No, thank you very much, Comrade SG. Now, all protocol observed. In the interest of time, I was saying to the former president and current SG of the ANC that I've got a meeting at 6:30 in the morning in Mafikeng. So I must travel back to Mafikeng. So it boils back to the issue that was raised by President Lulu Johnson of Thai, that we were invited for an event to start at 6 o'clock. And we only started around 8:30 to 9. So getting things right start with respecting time. I was taught that. So I hope that comrades in the Youth League will learn from this. But as President Mbalula saying that we learn from here, but we must learn to respect time. Now, because I need to travel back to Mafikeng, I will try to stick to the 5 minutes or 7 minutes, 7 minutes at most. Now, what are the things that we And the former SG Comrade Njabulu touched on some of the things we did, which I will not repeat. You know, when I arrived at the boardroom, I said to him in front of former SG that our notes are almost the same, and we've never spoken about these things. And I've not spoken to Njabula for the longest time. I only spoke to him today, asking him if he's coming here today. So our notes were almost the same. But when we came in, Comrade President Malachi, the Youth League was about to be liquidated. We started the process to save the Youth League because there would be no Youth League today if we did not start that process. We were at court. The very name of the Youth League was at court. We would not be having this 80th celebration if we did not do that. Order Sizo. Now, Comrade President Malusi Gigaba is right. We ought to have let the fees must fall, and we didn't. I know Njabulo and so you were going there buying food for those people who were leading that thing. In the evening, you are giving them food packages. I guess we need food parcel. I got social development and studied food parcel. So we're delivering food parcels in the evening as the leadership of the Youth League, but we were not at the forefront of the fees must fall. So young people or the masses were leading themselves because we were not there in that space. Fast forward, yes, we went to the boardrooms of the ANC and said, these things that these young people are raising must happen. But we didn't lead it. The SG Njabulo led our delegation to the Higher Commission and made our presentation that NSFAS must move from being a loan and be converted into a grant. And we lobbied even in the ANC processes. As you'd all be aware, in the 2017 National Conference, President Zuma then declared, just at the doorstep of the conference, declared that there's going to be free education. Now, in the ANC, and I think unity, we have achieved what we wanted. We were told the fiscals are not ready, and all of that. But that pronouncement was made, so we're ticking the box as the Youth League. One of the achievements, President Malachi, of the Youth League that we led, myself and Njabulo and the team, we fought against the exclusion of young graduates because of this thing called experience. We fought against that. And as you'd all be aware, it's a government policy today that I funeg land. So it's an achievement. I just want to talk, we've got about 44 achievements. I want to talk to 4 and talk to challenges because I must be in Mafikeng at 6:30 in the morning. I need to drive back now. When we took over office, Comrade President Balus, as you correctly said, the term of office of the then NYDA was coming to an end. And we took over the NYDA, and it was led by a member of the NEC, Comrade Zomtswin. And I think it was around after 22 years of the existence, or after over a decade of the existence of the NYDA, we only had 15 offices of the NYDA in the whole of South Africa. And then we then said in the discussion in the NEC, young people are not only found in the metros, because in the northwest where I come from, you'll only have an NYDA office in Rustenburg. How do you expect young people from Taum, from Bloemhof, to travel to that? We then said that we must expand the NYDA so that young people in remote areas are also able to access. And we opened 36 new regional offices under the leadership of Comrade Zo Motsweni. So we did a lot of things, but of course, there were challenges. As former leaders correctly said here, and the last one being the current SG of the ANC, the dissolution of the ANC Youth League was the most wrong decision that the ANC ever took. And the Jigi were elected. There's now this term emerging, Premier League. Now, we are a youth league of the Premier League, not the youth league of the ANC. Now, because of the dissolution of the youth league, we were not sure whether we are right or wrong whenever we want to take decisions, because the elders, we don't know what the elders are thinking. Because we were afraid that we were also going to be dissolved. It's a painful reality, comrades. It's a painful reality that we must face. So even if young people there are very brilliant, we had brilliant young people in the NEC, I don't want to mention them by name. But because of this phenomenon, so we had those difficulties. Now, I want to challenge the current leadership of the Youth League. When we were elected in 2015, it was just a year before the 2016 local government elections. And we all know what happened in 2016. We lost almost all the metros, except for which one? For Buffalo City. And I want to urge you, Comrade SG of the ANC, because you are here, that we enjoy talking to ourselves. One of the challenges is that we enjoy talking to ourselves. Comrade Lulu correctly says that the Youth League must be concerned about issues of social cohesion and. Now, in the heat of the elections, we have all these activities, but when you look at it, and we become very happy when it is 300 people in a hall, but it's ourselves. We're not talking to people who must vote for the African National Congress. And with due respect, I was asking one comrade who's leading, but let me leave this, I will get into trouble. No, I'm very careful. I'm not afraid, I'm very careful. But let me say it, I'm asking a leader of the Women's League. I support your blousing. Yeah, it's a very good thing. Get women to, I'm not suggesting that they're paraplegic, like Comrade Mbalula is saying. Now you get 200 members of the Women's League. It's an election campaign. You blouse them. How is that helping the ANC to win the elections? No, it's my argument. When you see President Mbalula said, don't howl, engage me. I'm saying it's members of the Women's League who are going to vote for the ANC in any way. Why should it be an election campaign? Why should we wait for the elections for us to blouse our members? Now we call the lectures and end. I may be wrong, comrades. It's just that if we started early, we are going to have an opportunity for comrades to engage. We are going to get an opportunity for comrades to engage. 2016, the ANC dropped to around 54%. Is it 54 or 52? 54%. 2019, insignificant increase, 0.3 or 0.4. I don't remember, 3%. 2024, we're at 40%. Yeah, we're going to a question. 2024, we are at 40%. And we must pursue the National Democratic Revolution. Now, the challenge I'm posing to the Youth League, do you think it's feasible for us to pursue the NDR in its entirety under the current conditions? I don't have answers. I'm posing these questions, and I'm sure the other question that must preoccupy the Youth League is how do we recover the lost ground? I know you sit in the NEC, the leadership came to brief us, and. But the Youth League independently, outside of the National Executive Committee of the ANC, can you do what the other generations did? Develop a document that says, what do you suggest? How do you recover from this? My very last point, and Gudla, you've seen my presentation is very long here. I'll send it to you. You know, the picture there of Colin Mayin there. SG, I was Oros when was the president of the youth. So that picture does not resonate with Oros. So you are distorting history. Because that is a picture I did when I now graduated from the Youth League. Just on a later note, happy birthday, ANC Youth League.
No, thank you very much to the former presidents of the ANC Youth League. We know, comrades, that there are many things that are happening. It's very late. Comrades are hungry. We are pressed with time and so on. But because this session was the session for reflections, and we said different generations of the Youth League, from the TGs, SGs, and we took the note that President Malusi was raising about deputy presidents on the work of international work, that there should have been a slot for deputy president to reflect on our international work. This program is not going to end here, comrades. We're going to cascade it to provinces. We're going to ensure that our regions are reflecting because of this very reason that we had raised of an uncultured youth league, because Congress politics are imparted by different generations to the youth league itself. So we experienced that with President Malachi, that this youth league that we're leading, we think that there is something that needs Congress politics on it, and they can't be found on us alone. We need to call in different generations. That's why, because these 8-10 years where the Youth League was not there, it created a serious gap politically and ideologically. So the different generations that led provinces, regions, are going to be called by their regional structures, and we're still going to be calling you, former leaders, as presidents and former SGs and former deputy presidents, to impart this particular knowledge, not only to this room that is with NEC members and PCs and so on, but to the broader membership of the Youth League as a continuation of this program. But having said that, we would want to have at least 5 hands that are reflecting from the guests, 5 hands. Then we'd invite President of the Youth League to come and provide a way forward and closing remarks. Then we can move towards dinner. There is dinner here. Everything will be served here. But we want to have this 80th anniversary celebrated through reflections. So we're going to take 5 hands, comrades, not many, not more than 5. Number 1 is that, is yourself, number 1. Number 2, number 3, number 4, and Banda number 5. Those are 5 hands we're taking. Can we have a mic to that comrade? We give you 1 minute, just a minute or 2, just to reflect. We're not going to stop you. President, you are excused.
Thank you, Comrade SG. Enlightening you would have been that in the introduction that standing before you is the Secretary General of SASCO. But on this side of the divide is a contributor to the discussions. SG, from the take of what has been presented by the former leaders of the youth movement, it's good to characterize that this is a youth movement. SG. It's very much important, as I had stated earlier on, that our identity is in crisis. And beyond, we want free education. We want economic freedom and social change, not now, not later. What do we develop out of that as a political strategy? Which is what I depose right now. That it is quite necessary that we develop a strong relationship between the leadership and the led. That those that who are leading, they find resonance in us. From the student movement perspective, I have a problem with leadership that has no interest in visiting campuses. I must tell you. You don't go to campuses, you don't spend time, you don't sleep, you don't drink, you don't spend time with our own comrades. You have a problem. You not understand the social activities. You not understand the social activities and the dynamics that are taking place in our campuses. So it is very much important that adopting a Gramscian method, a methodology that will make it a point that the youth and the young people find resonance in us. They find a general associativity with us. They see us as our leadership, as their leadership, but above that, they see us amongst them. It is important that we are amongst them. We have no other choice. We cannot be aloof about that.
Thank you, SG. That point is noted. Now, number 2.
Thank you, comrades. Yeah, thank you very much. Also, a COSAS representative, Anyezi. The reflective input that I would like to put to the Youth League today is that we need to revisit political literature and see that it is not being prophetic when we read. Our history is special to the sense that it can help us map our way into the future. And I'm going to be specific in my reflection to say that our use of social media is very important. The ANC needs to start telling its stories. I was having a conversation with Comrade Palesa before the program started that the ANC needs to start telling its own stories because they take credit for the work that is being done by the ANC. But if it is the ANC that is the first to if it is the ANC Youth League that is the first to call out shortcomings of the ANC, then we are leaving no room for any other opportunistic parties to do so for the ANC. But because that good is not being interpreted, it is not being shared with the entire world, that is why they would take for granted 112th year organization. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Number 3.
Sanbonani. Igama Upule ne? Upule from Ward 4 in Zone 1, Orange Farm. I must say that when Comrade Malusi and Comrade Figile were speaking, I had goosebumps because I identify with their presidency in the Youth League. Because I have the current one, Yaga Comrade Maile, 10 years behind me. So I identify more with that one. And as they were speaking, there is kind of program, are some of the programs that some of us benefited from. And we did not know at that point that actually those programs were spearheaded by the ANC. It's very much refreshing to know that in actual fact, you did a lot of work for some of us to have hope and to have big dreams that we currently trying to deposit in our communities. So that is my reflection to what I've heard from what you colleagues have said. And then I want to also deposit something to this current presidency, Yaga Comrade Malachi. Comrade Lulu says something about the youth league needing to be in the spaces of young people. Normally, the ordinary one, the ones that are not even affiliated politically and so on. Because that is where you get these young people that are very much radical in whatever that they do. And they are leading themselves. They are leading themselves, and sometimes there are opportunists that come in that space and lead them. Just like what happened with Fees Must Fall, which Colin Maile, unfortunately, his presidency couldn't take over. There is a program that is currently taking place of car spinning. That thing is revolutionary, colleagues. That thing is big. And some of counter structures or political parties have seen that and they are playing to it. And I'm saying this because I'm in that industry. I'm one of the people that are creating narrative in that industry. And the fact that we don't see the participation of the ANC Youth League as well as the ANC in general in that space, it creates a problem because we are going to 2026 elections soon. And already some of the political parties are aligning themselves to that industry, which needs to be used to maybe campaign and so on. So, Comrade Malachi, look into that. We have means, we have resources, we've got infrastructure, we have built that industry literally. And we did so without the political will. So if you can look into that, I can assure you there will be something that we can achieve come the elections 2026. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Comrade Swiso.
No, thanks, SG. Let me greet the leadership that is in front, as well as the entire leadership that is here that was acknowledged. And also just to congratulate the ANC Youth League for taking such a critical step as we have taken. I think the reason why you would see this hall still being full at this time of the night demonstrates the importance of the knowledge that was gained today through the leadership of different generations. And I think we also want to salute the leadership for such an enriching input. But just a few things, Comrade SG. You know, as we were calling former treasurers, former SGs, and so on and so on, I kept on thinking in my mind, if we really have the information of all the leaders that have led the Youth League, particularly in those capacities. For instance, Comrade Phoebe, there's a comrade called Mpole Khoro. He's a former Secretary General of the Youth League. I've had an opportunity to interact with him at some point. And one of the things that he would have raised is that these activities are taking place, but somewhere, somehow, what comes to him seems to be missed. So I'm just saying, there's another one, Comrade Mbax, called Pumes Omqingwane. He was a Treasurer General of the ANC Youth League, I think in your generation, with Comrade Sihle. It would be important to also have their inputs. But just one issue. As you were preparing for this session, you had a press conference, and one of the things that you spoke about was a question of organizational redesign or organizational design. Now, there was a saying in the student movement, and probably in the Youth League as well, Comrade Bax would have touched on it, that one of the things that becomes critical in the role of the ANC Youth League in mobilizing society must be the ability to mobilize the quantitative aspects of young people and turn them into the qualitative aspects. Now, the challenge that faces us today is that we tend to do the same thing over and over and over again and expect different results. How the ANC Youth League of Comrade Malus and Comrade Mbalula would have operated at that particular time, we try to adopt those tactics today, and we tend to wonder as to why we're losing ground when it comes to young people. So part of what organizational design should do, should be able to reconfigure the Youth League in such a way that it is able to respond and mobilize young people in their quantitative aspects so that we're able to attract them, turn them into the qualitative cadres that we need to move forward. My second last point, Comrade Sihle spoke about not all graduates of the Youth League can become leaders of the ANC. Probably, Comrade Sihle, one of the things that we may have to respond to is, at what point do we say somebody is a graduate of the Youth League? Because at some point, people may become members of the Youth League when they turn 35. They throw a party and say, I'm a graduate. And then when you are 35, it means you must be absorbed in the structures of the ANC. You go there, become a disaster. So part of what we may need to respond to is, how then do we define a graduate of the ANC Youth League? What are the key features that defines such a graduate? And then lastly, as I sit down, Comrade SJ, let's do away with this thing that there was no Youth League in the last 10 years. There was ANC Youth League in the last 10 years. Whether its effectiveness or none thereof is an issue that we may have to debate. But you keep on saying, and this thing keeps on finding traction even in the social discourse, that the last time there was an ANC Youth League, it was in 2014. And now in 2024, all of a sudden the ANC Youth League has reawakened. There has been many comrades, Comrade Mbak spoke about it, who have actually, even Comrade Malus, who have actually spent time in reviving the ANC Youth League. You can speak about Comrade Mzwandile Masina, you can speak about Comrade Tandi Mahambekhala, you can speak about even Comrade Nongeba, for that matter. You can speak about Comrade Colin Maine. He was telling you here that, in fact, that Youth League had 44 targets met. He just actually mentioned 5, and NYDA being on top of them. So I'm just saying that in the last 10 years, you can't say that there was no ANC Youth League. Thank you.
No, thanks, Comrade Fiso, Comrade Banda.
SG, thank you very much. My name is Precious Banda, the former National Political Commissar of the ANC Youth League in Tastim era. I emphasize that because political education in the Youth League, as you reflect, and I did that the time I got appointed, has been mainly given to men, while the Gender or Social Transformation Subcommittee has been mainly given to women. Part of the discourse that must take place as we look at the life of the organization is to ask why these subcommittees in particular are gendered. But that's not the reason I stood. The reason why I stood chair is that a reflection of the ANC Youth League cannot happen on the life of the ANC Youth League, cannot happen without making an observation that in the past 80 years of the ANC Youth League existence, there hasn't been a woman that has been a president. What we want to deposit to this reflection as feminists of Congress is to ask a question whether members of the Youth League from its founding generation to today find it normal and natural that it's only men that have been seen suitable and fit to be presidents of the ANC Youth League. We need to make that observation. And so when the conversation took place on social media around faces of men that have been left out, myself, I was terrified and tormented by the faces of men that are there. And that comes to also a point that I want to make, and I want to make a commitment that I'll write an in-depth article to your new publication around a normalization of the epistemic and violent erasure of eras in youth struggles. That you cannot erase an entire generation, and that's if we want to agree, because I also problematize making a leadership elected as a generation. But if it's to accept that leadership elected is a generation, you cannot erase an entire elected generation of the ANC Youth League because somebody that is deemed to have led such a generation has become counter-revolutionary. That is ahistorical. That generation of Julius Malema should be there. You have to agree whether you put the deputy president or the SG, but you cannot jump that generation from there. And so I commit, SG, that I'm going to give an article on that to argue, especially with the argument that was done by the SASCO SG here, because I don't agree with that. And we're saying in future conversation, can that generation be reflected if a generation is represented by elected leadership? My last point, Chair. My last point, Chair, is that also in the same spirit of erasure, and in agreeing with Comrade So, is that we need to have a conversation around the task teams. There's been 4 task teams that have been there. If you are purist, you don't want to add them there, conveners, make another 80 and add them. Put them on the side. But they need to reflect in the life of the Youth League. And that reflection must be coupled with what led us to having this task team. The task teamization of structures of the ANC Youth League. What's the genesis? Who benefits from it? What leads to it? And what are lessons to be learned from that? More importantly, around the patronage network that actually boosts during task team times. So we really need to have those. And I plead that we must not practice ahistorical tendencies in an attempt for us to record history differently. So we are contesting the recording of the history that is being portrayed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Comrade Banda. There will be no responses, comrades, from ourselves and myself as the chairperson. It is very constructive. We're reflecting. Part of reflection, SG of SASCO, we're not going to grant you.
we are reflecting here. If you have an opinion, we've opened my Shlomelang, as an online journal. If you have opinion now, you must write to Shlomelang. We will publish your piece. In the whole point of reflections is that you must also teach each other the culture of writing. When we are not going to speak everything you want in a meeting, you must write about whatever you think you are contesting, whether it's history, whether it's ideas, whether it's ideology, and whatever. You must write now. We have opened that particular platform as the ANC Youth League. President, over to you to give a way forward and closing remarks. Thank you very much.
Manja, away two. Viva the ANC, viva. Viva the ANC, viva. Uzithola kanjani? Hlelo khoneni. Wetsala. Wirala. Wetsala. Thank you very much, Secretary General, our program director for the day. I was complaining next to the SG of the ANC that today you are too democratic. Thank you very much to former leaders of the Youth League. When we invited them, they responded. Former SGs, former presidents, former deputy presidents, former TSGs, former TGs, former regional leaders, former provincial leaders of the Youth League, leadership of SASCO, COSAS, the Young Women's Desk, the task teams, the former fundraiser of the task team, former NEC members, the task teams are organized Comrade Fund. Yes. And the presidents of the Youth League that are here. Comrades, when we resolved on this program, it was influenced by a strong belief, which those that have worked with me for years from COSAS and SASCO and the Youth League, that I'm a strong believer of institutional memory. I don't believe that in the ANC things must happen by accident. Because how I diagnose some of the problems of the ANC in most cases is that the ANC has got organizations and structures that are funded to prepare leaders for itself. It has got COSAS, it has got SASCO, it has got the Youth League. My biggest worry when we diagnose this problem is that part of the biggest mistakes we've made in the movement is to allow the removal of the institutional memory of the movement. Now, any organization, if you want to kill it, you must first erase the institutional memory. Now, it has succeeded in many corners. There are many leaders now who can call themselves leaders of the ANC without being from the Youth League. And they can walk proudly in meetings. The question you must ask yourself is that which preparatory school has prepared them? Now, when they shock you, Comrade SG, and do things that are not ANC, you get shocked because we undermined the preparatory school of the ANC to produce leaders for the ANC. I know the former SG of the ANC also argues that not all products of the factory are proper. But it doesn't mean that the factory stopped producing. The factory must continue to produce for the African National Congress. Now, what influenced the gathering here, Comrade SG of the Youth League, is that we've first accepted that we are a leader of the Youth League at a difficult time. We are a leader of the Youth League at a time where the African National Congress, it has proven that it has lost hegemony in society. It's evidence that we're at 40%. It's evident that we've lost municipalities. It's evidence that we're losing every day. And we asked ourselves the question as the leadership that, where are products of the ANC Youth League when the ANC is faced with a difficult task? Because these products will know what to do when the ANC is under attack. Because the ANC has prepared them for a task that at the time the ANC is under attack, the products of the Youth League must rise and implement the skills that the ANC has taught them on how to revive the movement. That is some of the reasons we've called this gathering SG. We've called this gathering SG because we've accepted that part of the problems that we're faced with is that the ANC as an organization and the people inside that organization, because we join as individuals, majority of them, given the responsibilities to lead the organization, have lost integrity. Now, when you lose integrity, and I always make this example that now that we're in the GNU, President, the DA can go and open a tab that was put by the ANC-led government. Society will say, you see the DA is working. One tab. The ANC opens 100 tabs. Society will say that you are only opening these tabs because you want to be voted into power. Now, the biggest problem that we need to resolve is the issue of the integrity. Because from now on, SG of the ANC, whatever we do from now on, whether good or perfect, if the messenger has lost integrity, no one will follow the messenger. Because every message depends on the integrity of the messenger. Now, if you can take a criminal and put him on top of a table to address community that he is a changed man and is ready to come to the community to fight crime, it will take long for the community to believe that criminal. Because the criminal has been known to be harassing the community for many years. Now, we need to work. And part of the reasons we'll go back to an organization that has got full hegemony is that former leaders of the Youth League must come back and position themselves as leaders of the ANC with the experience that have been trained to restore the integrity of the movement. Important questions must be asked when people want to lead the ANC is that who are you, where are you from, who has trained you? Because it will be very difficult, SG, on how to carry themselves in the ANC with integrity. Another biggest problem that we need to go and fight is the issue of lack of implementation of our own resolutions. We go to conferences, every conference, it's a new conference in the ANC. The ANC has got 112, but every conference, we behave like it's a new conference. Every Lokhoka, we behave like it's a new Lokhoka. Towards elections, we took these important resolutions towards elections as an urgent intervention to resolve the issue of upskilling of the youth. I want to make this practical example of our inability to hold our employees accountable and implementation of our own resolutions. We announced through our president that we are setting aside 23 billion to upskill 2.5 million young people via the UIF program as an immediate intervention before the elections to fight the issue of unemployment. It's our decision is us the president announced it and said that it will be implemented before elections. Post close to 100 days of elections, no one knows where is that program. Goes back to the issue of society will not believe us if we make pronouncements and not implement. Now, a simple responsibility where the budget is set aside to upskill 2.5 million young people. It is not being implemented. NEFSAS. The first thing we did as the Youth League when we came to office, we told the ANC leadership that there is a crisis at NEFSAS. And if the crisis is not resolved, young people will revolt against African National Congress. SASCO lost all campuses. We did not get the warning. The ANC in the last elections, we lost all VTs where students are voting. Because there is no one who will associate themselves with an organization that does not respond to their interests. Because we joined the ANC as individuals because we believe that it's a vehicle that we can utilize for a total liberation of our people. Now, the moment the African National Congress does not implement what we've committed that we must do, society will obviously revolt against us. We are still faced with the same problem today. Now, I felt that, comrades, because you've mentioned many programs, including what you were doing in your time, we're faced with a big difficulty, which you have mentioned, former presidents, that what we will face post-94 when you are a youth wing of the ruling party is the same thing we're facing now. But the only difference now is that when the ANC has deployed deployees, the most important thing the deployees must do that before they implement any program that has to do with youth development, they must inform the Youth League. So the Youth League is the first to announce the implementation of that program. Now, when you do that, you simply, as the ANC, as the ruling party, you assert a Youth League as an organization that resolves problems. But if you are a Youth League of the ruling party, you speak, then the ANC does something different. That they are not different from the Youth League of the DA or from Youth Brigade. Because society associates themselves with an organization that resolves problems. And the advantage we have now, and it's also its advantage is when issues are not implemented. An advantage is when they're implemented, the Youth League is positioned as an organization of power and influence. But if that is not done, we will become the Youth League that we are now, which is facing many difficulties in directing the ANC, in directing young people behind the pen of the ANC. Because we're a Youth League of an ANC that has been in power for the past 30 years, that is blamed for all the wrongs that has happened in society. We have given you solutions as the Youth League. That it is very important that we reindustrialize our economy to create the jobs that we need. We further said that the president must put export quotas. We even put a percentage. We said not more than 70% of raw materials must leave the country. Because we're failing to understand as the Youth League that how to have industries collapsing when we've got raw materials that can be utilized to revive industries, which can create employment and economic opportunities for the youth and South Africans. There was a commitment towards the elections by the president of the ANC in all platforms, including January 8, that he agrees with us on the implementation of export quotas. we went and did a bit of research, Comrade Phoebe. We discovered that we don't even need a voting for it. The Minister of Minerals can immediately put those export quotas. We thought that there must be a voting process. Now, it's something that the Minister of Minerals can do tomorrow to put export quotas so that we industrialize our own economy, to create employment for the youth, because there is no any other place where the jobs will come from. These jobs will come from the industrialization of our own economy. Now, these short-term grants, things that we are doing, in the process, we are excluding majority of South Africans from their own economic activities of their own country. It's not sustainable. It has put us at 40%. Now, the posturing we're doing from 94 until now, it has not assisted us, comrades. The people are in poverty, are poor, are on the streets. When we're saying we're buying time, in the process, we're taking ourselves out of power. Now, we must make a decision whether we want to be out of power or in power with our people who are full participants in their own economic activities of their own country. It's not sustainable how the economy structured is, SG. The structure of the economy is structured in a disastrous way. There's no way that minorities can run the economy while the majorities are excluded from it. You are bound to have a revolt. Our townships have become crime zones. Women and children live in fear. We have lost control of our towns. Undocumented foreigners have taken over. We are literally bystanders in our own country. We long resolved that the Department of Education and the Department of Sports must do an MOU and agree to do school sports as a compulsory program in schools so that young people are fully active in activities of their schools. It's a resolution of the ANC. It took an opposition ministers to sign an MOU that we've resolved on 10 years ago. Now, SG, now that the conditions are different and they are more difficult, our ministers must really wake up now and start implementing our resolutions. And I've given them solutions. As part of the reinforcing of the school sports program, the Department of Higher Education, through its skills program, it can place coaches in all the schools and train them for sports management as an immediate intervention to also resolve the issue of young people who are unemployed. There's a money for that. There's a budget for skills for that. It must not take another minister of opposition to do that when we're on duty. The Minister of Education must urgently join into that program of school sports through the intervention of skills development funds to make sure that sports managers are placed in all the schools as part of the reinforcement of the school sports MOU program that is put in place. That will be the ANC government responding to a challenge faced by our people. But today, SG is not about us, about former leaders. My responsibility was to learn and listen. And I believe that many comrades here have learned. We're a privileged organization that 8 years later, we can still call our SGs and presidents and deputy presidents and DSGs here with us. When we resolve the program, we say that it's about time now we write our own history and archive our own information. I know Comrade Banda, when she was head of political education, he used to run programs political education now and again. And I think it's a program that we must revive on urgent basis, Comrade SG. Now, comrades, we thank you. And part of the achievements that we've achieved of sending more than 17 young people below the age of 35 to parliament. When we're parliamentarians, comrades, below 35 or less than 5, comrade SG. Under these difficult conditions, the ANC was able to deploy more than 17 young people below the age of 35. It has never happened before. That's why today you can't see many leaders here, because they are kept busy in parliament. But busy, parliament. Under these difficult conditions of losing seats, we're able to have that intervention. And these are the results that we get when we elect products of the Youth League to lead the ANC. Because they understand the importance of why those young people must go and be prepared to take over the country moving forward. If we Youth League, they understand the importance of why young must go to parliament. Now we thank you, comrades, for coming here and listening to us. We thank you for your patience. We thank you for your discipline. Because you have stayed here and from 6, those who have arrived early, until 20 past 12. Now it is clear that there is a commitment here to revive and build the organization. We'll have many other activities, comrades. This is the first one. This is the second one. The other one, we launched the Komelang. We relaunched it. This one, we're engaging former leaders, because we don't want to move this journey alone. The next one, we're meeting churches. The other one, we're going to have creative industry and popular culture. The other one, we're going to go to the JSE to make follow-ups on the memorandum we've submitted in 2011. Remember, in 2011, those were there. We went to the JSE to submit a memorandum. We have never went back and followed up on it. Now, on the 11th of October, we're making a follow-up. Then we're going to have a soccer tournament at Orlando Stadium with legends of Orlando Pirates and Kaizer Chiefs. Sikhuluma team and supporters la. Comrade Nsako, we're talking about teams that have got supporters here. We're not talking about the one that wins. We're talking about the one that's got supporters. We know that one that wins. I know Comrade Doctor is a Sundown supporter. There are very few, but they win. But those days are gone. Now we'll have a full program until first week of December. We know that you'll be preparing yourselves for conferences and BGMs in the process. And SG, we are the only organization which can clean out MK members out of the ANC, because we have an annual membership. We don't have a problem. Every year, membership expires. Now, if there were MK people in the Youth League, they have expired. The ones who are now joining are new. Now, we're the only organization that can claim that by November, we'll have only ANC Youth League members in the ANC, no MK. In the ANC, SG, it will take you 5 years. Because of the 5 years membership payment, it will take you a very long time. Usazohamba na abantu MK. But because we are a former SG and the president of the Youth League, my advice is that go and look for those that you are with in trenches and check if they're still ANC. If they're still MC, start with them, recruiting them. Or the next option you have is that we must all rejoin. Because the damage cost is too deep. Especially in Gauteng, Mpumalanga, and KZN. Now, comrades SG, siyabonga. The struggle must continue. Umande lota ihlome. Umande lota ihlome hlasele. 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 Deputy President, our deputy. Manda, two. Long live ANC Youth League, long live. Happy birthday, ANC Youth League, happy birthday. Long live President Colin Malachi, long live. Long live all former leaders of the ANC Youth League, long live. Comrades, we are going to quickly propose a toast for the 80th anniversary and then proceed quickly to have our very late dinner. So the presidents of the Youth League, presidents and presidents, presidents of the Youth League, presidents, yes, you are not a president. Yeah, because you can put your hands there. And comrades, this cake, we have identified a homage and orphanage in Alexandra. The office tomorrow will donate the cake there. We're just going to have a symbolism of cutting it and donate it to the orphanage in Alexandra Township.
Bandla. Long live ANC Youth League, long live. Comrades, we are going to have 3 toasts. President Malusi uzawutosta ngamanzi. President Malusi Kikaba utosta ngamanzi. Nomalathi bathi abasithinti lezinto zenu. Comrades, comrades, the first toast is to the organization, the ANC Youth League, for being able to survive the ebbs and flows up to this point of reaching 8 years of existence. Long live to the ANC Youth League, long live. Cheers. The second toast. The second toast is to all people who sacrificed their lives and those who survived as leaders and members of the Youth League, representing different generations of the Youth League that fought for freedom in our lifetime, and those who are still in pursuit of economic freedom in our lifetime. We are saying to all those generations of members, leaders and supporters of the Youth League who committed themselves and their lives to the future and life of this organization, long live. Cheers. And lastly, the last toast, comrades, the last toast is for branches and building to the centenary of the Youth League. Cheers to branches, ensuring that the organization exists until its centenary. Cheers. Don't leave ANC, don't leave. Comrades, I will proceed to make also what I'm with the toast now. Our dinner comrades will request all of us to be disciplined and be seated after this toast and allow. Oh, sorry. It's an announcement, so that I don't come back. It's an announcement so that I don't come back, comrades. We will request you to be seated. The second guest, you will make a vote of thanks, but know that there will be a procession towards having the dinner, comrades. And I think we'll allow the tables in front to proceed as such. Thank you very much.
Amanda, Malibongwe, Ikamala Makosikazi. Comrades, thank you for coming. Thank you very much to all these giants that I'm standing on top of their shoulders. We appreciate that you came for this, and the mission and the objective was achieved. Ours was to spark conversations. Ours was to start a healthy debate. Ours was to want to understand where are we, how are we getting there, what is renewal, and this is, Comrade Phoebe, by the way, part of renewal, because it reflects on what it says, where it's taking us, what is our role in it, SG. So we are very proud of ourselves, if I must say so myself, that we have started such a mission. It's a culture, it's a tradition. We'd also like to recognize all the interim structures of leaders and generations that came and ushered us to where we are here, President. You were part of that collective. Thank you very much that they're here. We will correct and we will start a debate on whether, when we are narrating and archiving history, how to recognize them, how to record it truly for what happened and how it happened, and some of the benefits of having to have interim structures that are in place, because we would not have been here. There would not have been that sort of revolution. It is part of the revolution. So, in so saying, I would also like to recognize myself, because there's only myself and Comrade Marupin, and we have to wait for, I think, a decade, SG, for us to form part of the history of this giant organization. So there's only myself and Marupin. I'd like to recognize her in absentia. 10 years from now, there will be a generation that speaks of the second DSG. So in closing, thank you very much. Cheers to everyone. Thank you for making this happen.
This way, let's go this way. Let's go this way. Tina, that's right. Yeah, this way. Tina. Yes, yes. Cheers.
Comrades, we're told that we must allow the first two tables there.